Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play. Yeah!
Your name, please?
Fucking bitch.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. That's hot.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, you can't get fooled again.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny. You are not funny.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Zuckerbucks.
China. China. I have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
How rude.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Hey, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Right to jail, right away.
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He looks good, and he looks hard. Are you not entertained?
So hot right now.
Cacao.
once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to make sense of it all. Quite a lot for us to talk about here on this midweek report. The hump day happenings. So I suppose we get right to it, space fams. As always, do not forget to put on those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into the deep dark void, which I don't think any of us want to see. Okay, that's right, midweek report, hump day update. A lot to talk about. Before we do that, better do some shout-outs. Mo Noah, the Lucky Minute, Mr. Spock, 123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist to close forth. Carl Gaslightocracy also here. Joe 47771. Christy Z. Look Bovine. Frizzla. B-Cat. Jules T. Fishbone. Soul Life. TB. Eagle Fell. Selena Mary. Arvin Trevino. Vendetta. Well, hopefully I have shouted out everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Like I said, we got a lot to talk about, so we got to get to that immediately. Boy, oh boy, Luigi Mangione appearing in court earlier this week. Jimmy Kimmel. One amongst many apparent cancelings in the latest round of cancel culture being enacted by the Republicans. Yeah, well, all sorts of updates on the murder of Charlie Kirk. J.D. Vance taking over for Charlie Kirk on his podcast this Monday. 2 hours, the Vice President of the United States and multiple other U.S. officials showed up for that. Fascinating stuff. All sorts of other things to talk about with relation to that. It seems like, I may have gotten ahead of myself on Sunday saying, geez, it'll be great when we can stop talking about this. Apparently, we're not there yet. News in the economy as well. Jerome Powell, Federal Reserve, making interest rate decision today. Donald Trump making a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Being received in a multitude of ways, which we'll get to. TikTok ban? Will it happen? Doesn't look like it. Deal being announced. A lot more to talk about. Let's start off here. Just talk about the government in general, as well as healthcare. Something that, most governments provide for their citizens, and developed nations such as ours. What Democratic leaders are going to do about it.
Science, political. The Dems need to actually make immigration an issue and fight for it. There's new polling out that shows that Trump is almost doing worse on immigration than any other issue. And of course, the Democrats aren't going to fight for it. This is a story that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. I'm going to have David Dayan on, and we will talk about this. But I want to tee this up because if you have the opportunity to call your congressperson, call your senator, and complain about this, do it. Of the multiple things that are going to happen to our healthcare in this country, two of them involve the failure of the Republicans to extend the ACA subsidies that took place
Weak.
in the wake of the COVID subsidy extension. That is going to end on January 1st, 2026. It is going to cause the rate of subsidies in the ACA marketplace to diminish extensively, if not totally go away. The second thing that's going to happen is that insurance rates are skyrocketing because in anticipation of the cuts to Medicaid. So it is possible for people who are getting their health insurance on the ACA exchanges for their cost of their health insurance to go up anywhere from like 45 to 75%.
That's too much, man.
Almost overnight. And what's coming up
that's not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's not like there's millions of people getting healthcare through. There are millions, tens of millions of people getting their healthcare through the healthcare marketplace. That's not good.
Going to run out of money. It's up to the Republicans to fund the government. They need the Democrats to join them. Chuck Schumer, who screwed up big time last time. In fact, they all know. Anybody who was in favor of what Chuck Schumer did is now sort of like they're retconning a little bit. Well, it was a good idea at that time. Now it would be a mistake for Chuck Schumer to get nothing. He got nothing, incidentally, for that.
Couldn't he have used the tariff authority in those negotiations, or was that a separate set of negotiations?
You could have had.
Because that, like, also,
Listen, you could put anything on the table. You could say, like, we're not going to vote for this budget unless we get a promise that you're not going to do rescission. Like you're not going to pull money back. We're not going to vote for this budget unless you say Doge is over. You're no longer going to fire all these people. We're not going to vote for the budget unless we inhibit his tariff authority. And actually, in that non-clean continuing resolution for the budget, they actually jettisoned their tariff authority so that they could never be asked, like, why aren't you stopping Trump here? Because they say we have no legislation to do that.
That's the one that really got me too, because the concern about shutting down the government was like, oh, there's already all this uncertainty because he's talking about tariffs. The economy's going to collapse. Well, you could have had a temporary, shock to the economy and at least inhibited his ability to just roll out these insane tariffs at that time period, because the economy's going to crash and it'll likely be a deeper recession now.
And here's the thing. The Democrats have the opportunity to say, look, we're going to have a big ask. And if you can't say yes, Republicans want to extend these ACA subsidies. But they also don't want to extend them. They want to be forced to extend these.
Yes, right.
Because
they want to be seen as fighting back against the terrible Obamacare. Wait, why isn't my mouth moving? What is happening? There we go. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks. I don't even remember what I was saying now.
Help all of them electorally to extend these ACA subsidies. And they need an excuse as to why they had to do it. And Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are teeing up this. You got even Mike Johnson out there like, that wouldn't be enough. We would never do that. And Jeffries and Schumer are like, this is where we're going to plant this flag. This is kabuki. The Democrats have a choice. Ring the alarm bell right now and let the American public know that there is a crisis, and have them feel it explicitly because the Republicans refuse to extend the, like, right now, Chuck Schumer could say, we have a bill that we're ready to present to extend these subsidies. Has nothing to do with the budget. Has nothing to do with the budget. And they could press Republicans to vote against that or vote for it or raise it or introduce it. It's not like the opportunity to fix this goes away. It just, there's a way to do it so that it's not so easy for Republicans.
But that would require doing politics. The thing is that Chuck Schumer doesn't want to use the bully pulpit or to take a stand on any issue. No, Democratic leadership doesn't want to do that. What?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's pathetic. And he's the one who's in charge of Democratic messaging, basically in charge of the entire effort of fighting back against the Trump agenda. And he's got, what has he got? He's got nothing. Guy has fuck all. It's pathetic. And I mean, like Emma and Sam are saying here, I mean, anything they could hold up the hold up the budget for with anything, literally any ask.
He's in power for is, you talk about him as a concierge, but he's also somebody that's a negotiator. Like, he basically treats politics like contract law, and everything he does is all of whatever his supposed strengths are, which aren't what we would say are strengths, are behind the scenes dealings with his buddy John Thune and other Republicans. There's no politics involved because that would require public input. That's the thing about
bull is this?
What kind of bull is this? These Democrats, they operate completely outside of public pressure. I'm sorry, Chuck has to interject here.
I don't... Emma,
you're going to bring the people into this, right? You're a Democratic representative.
You don't know what my number one job is.
What is it?
Can you please remind everyone what I said my job in the Senate is?
To keep the left pro-Israel.
Correct.
I'm going to just look up Gallup. Boop, boop.
I will keep doing that.
We'll win. We will win.
8% approval among Democrats for Israel's military action in Gaza.
Okay.
So, Chuck, you're failing
it's a little bit lower than I wanted.
You're failing at both your official job and your...
It's a little bit lower than I'd want, but hey, you never get anything done in politics without a little fight, a little taking a stand on something unpopular. What I would love is if Democrats would, I don't know, take a stand on things that that are perceived as being unpopular. I don't know, things like immigration or gun reform.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Or any litany of other things. Getting money out. Actually, getting money out of politics is incredibly popular. I'm trying to think of actually unpopular issues. Or things that are perceived as being unpopular issues. I don't know, take a stance on trans rights or something. No. We have to stay focused on Israel. All right, let's talk Luigi Mangione.
Free Luigi!
That's right, we've been covering Luigi for what's approaching a year now. Closer to a year than not. And Luigi Mangione made an appearance in court earlier this week. Actually, I believe it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But there is concerns bubbling over the threat of jury nullification in Luigi Mangione's trial. Who could have expected that? With literally every news outlet on the planet covering Luigi for like 2 months straight. How could that possibly even be?
I do want to talk about the jury because you and I talked about at the beginning of this conversation just how high profile this case is because it's received national coverage. Luigi Mangione was perp-walked off a helicopter flanked by police and even the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. Do you think that with all of this coverage, there's a risk of the jury being tainted?
I think as we get closer to trial, you're going to have motions from the defense or the prosecution, potentially saying that they can't get a decent jury or an impartial jury in the district. It really depends on what's going to happen and on what news coverage takes place and what the sentiment is. In a federal case, it's actually pretty easy to pick a jury. The judge generally picks a jury. There are usually fewer choices in as far as the attorneys are concerned and how a jury is picked. The judge pretty much does everything, and it's done very quickly. In a newsworthy case like this, it may take a little longer. But in a state case, I mean, where you have potentially unlimited preemptory challenges, meaning you have unlimited challenges to any member of the jury, jury selection can take days or weeks, potentially. So can he get a fair trial here? I think ultimately you can find 12 to 14 to 24 people who are going to be impartial, at least claim they can be impartial. And I don't think that it needs to move out of the state to do that.
I'm curious on the flip side, a lot of people in this country have serious gripes with the healthcare system. A lot of Americans really are one health catastrophe away from bankruptcy. And Luigi has received an onslaught of support that's not just the fringes. People have said things that I support him too. I don't support murder, but he might have had a point. And that's not just fringe talk on the dark web. I mean, do you think there's the possibility here of jury nullification?
Certainly. And I think that, in all honesty, I think that his
I always forget this chick's name. Tiffany, Hillary, whatever this woman's name is. Hilarious. She's like, people have had healthcare experiences in this country. Do you think that's going to be a possible cause of jury nullification? The fact that Americans have experienced the American healthcare system. Do you think that might at all lead to people not being able to come to a fair determination in the Luigi trial? I love that.
Certainly. And I think that, in all honesty, I think that his attorneys might be reliant somewhat on it. They are going to play out the fact that this was, that healthcare was, is not working for a lot of people, that he was frustrated about this, not necessarily meant to turn to the country in an ideological way, because that would be playing into the state prosecutor's claim for terrorism. But I think they may be looking for people who sympathize with Mangione.
There we go. Forbes News talking about the possibility of jury nullification. And that's before a jury has even been picked. If I'm not mistaken, I think I don't think a jury has even been picked. Hold on. No. Okay. Yeah. No. There's no jury has even been picked. And Forbes is already talking about. Do you think that the jury can be nullified like way ahead of time? Get a little ahead of yourself there, Forbes. All right. This is yesterday. CBS New York. What to expect with Luigi Mangione back in court.
Happening today, Luigi Mangione is due in court on state charges in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
His lawyers are looking to have the charges tossed since he's also facing federal charges. Christina Fan joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Christina?
Chris and Mary, good morning. It is a big day ahead for Luigi Mangioni's defense team. His lawyers will be arguing for his state murder charges to be tossed out, arguing that his New York prosecution and a parallel federal death penalty case amount to double jeopardy. Luigi Mangioni is currently facing 11 state charges, including murder and terrorism in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. If the judge allows the case to proceed today, Mangioni's attorneys say they will then argue for the terrorism charges to be dropped because they do not apply. Prosecutors, however, allege the defendant's intent was to violently broadcast a social and political message to the public at large. Defense attorneys are also requesting more time to determine whether they intend to offer evidence to pursue a psychiatric defense and want evidence obtained from Mangioni's backpack suppressed, arguing its contents were obtained without a search warrant. Prosecutors deny those allegations and are asking.
The defense is going to ask for the terrorism charges to be, or at least we're planning ahead of the trial. It was known the plan to attempt to have the terrorism charges dropped, have much of the evidence thrown out, as it some number of procedural errors were made, including what was believed to be Fourth Amendment violations. Does Luigi have a good legal team? He's got the best legal team money can buy. He's got at this point he's got a multi-million-dollar war chest for his legal defense, thanks to the donations, the generous contributions of people across the country and perhaps across the planet. Who knows? But he seems fine. I think he's, at least in terms of defense, he does in fact have adequate representation. And at least one of the things that the defense was looking for was in fact granted. Terrorism charges against Luigi Mangioni dropped.
All right, another big case on the docket. The man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson just appeared in state court here in New York City for a pre-trial hearing. Luigi Mangioni is facing both state and federal charges. And you may remember, Brian Thompson was gunned down on a New York City street in what police called a targeted killing.
Oh, yeah,
Mangioni
we forgot.
was then arrested in Pennsylvania, I think about 5 days later.
I love how he felt the CBS felt it necessary for us to be reminded of Brian Thompson. Like, it's like, oh, don't forget about Brian Thompson, everybody. Don't forget about Brian while you're watching this story. Gotta pepper that in there. Because none of us can possibly remember what it was that Luigi Mangioni is accused with having done.
After a wide manhunt. CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter, is here with us. I remember going back and we were wondering where the suspect might be. It's Mangioni. Now he's in this pre-trial hearing today. Great to see you. What happened in the courtroom?
Well, we have a lot of news for you, just in that the judge actually threw out the most serious terrorism-related charges filed against Mangioni. So now it's down to 9 counts that he faces, including second-degree murder. But this is really a blow for the prosecution. They were hoping to get conviction on these big terrorism-related charges. They made this case that Mangioni was trying to incite fear amongst the public, and the judge wrote in a lengthy decision that they didn't provide adequate evidence to meet that terrorism charge. So that just happened. Also, we heard that early in December, we're going to have another hearing where the judge will rule on the defense's requests to have evidence suppressed, like what was found inside Mangioni's backpack, including a gun in his backpack when he was arrested at McDonald's. Defense wants all that thrown out, saying it was illegally obtained.
Illegal.
He wasn't read his Miranda rights at the time. So a lot of courtroom drama unfolding. You know, I think this case captured our attention, but there's a lot happening that are not making headlines, but that's all happening today.
Got a couple more on this most recent Mangione hearing. Here's ABC News from yesterday. Judge tosses 2 murder charges for Luigi Mangione.
We have breaking news. A judge has dismissed terrorism charges against the suspect in the United Healthcare CEO murder case. That suspect appeared in a Manhattan courtroom for the first time in months, where the judge dismissed 2 counts of murder as a crime of terrorism. But the rest of the indictment remains, including second-degree murder charges. And that suspect has pleaded not guilty. Let's bring in ABC Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky, who was inside the courtroom, and ABC legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer for more analysis. Aaron, what's the latest here?
Luigi Mangione came and went from a quick hearing here at court, and the judge from the bench issued a ruling dismissing charges of murder as a crime of terrorism. Judge Gregory Caro said, Diane, that the prosecutors presented sufficient evidence that the defendant murdered United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in a premeditated and calculated execution. But the judge said that does not mean the defendant did so with terroristic intent. So Luigi Mangione is still going to face second-degree murder charges that could get him life in prison, but the judge did not find that there was an enhancement of terrorism that was warranted here because he said the evidence just didn't support it. Prosecutors with the Manhattan DA's office believe that Mangione's writings that were allegedly found in a notebook he was carrying in a backpack after his arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania, pointed to the idea that Mangione wanted to influence others. So they believed this terrorism enhancement was satisfied, but the judge disagreed. So Mangione is still going to be facing these murder charges that accuse him of intentionally killing Brian Thompson, but absent that terroristic enhancement. So it is a win for the defense. The case is slightly narrowed, and he's due back here now December 1st.
Big news. Luigi. Terrorism enhancement charges dropped. Something that had been pursued by the former DOJ, the former Biden DOJ, and which, of course, the Trump DOJ felt were absolutely warranted, now being blocked by this judge. I think quite fairly, because what group of people are being terrorized exactly? Which not even marginalized group, but like what ethnic or religious or political group was ever being targeted in this? It's just not. There's just never was one. All right, one last update on this Luigi situation. Got to get as much as we can out of every bit of Luigi news that we get. I mean, there's so little. They're like I think that they've been trying to delay these hearings as long as possible, hoping that people will just forget about Luigi. At least that's what I've been thinking about it. I could be totally wrong. Court system could just be backed up with charges like the ones he's being accused of. I don't know. I just get this weird sense that it's an intentional stalling going on. I don't think it's gonna have I don't think it's going to have the effect that they're hoping for. I mean, that ABC News video that we just watched had over 100,000 views on it.
The judge has dropped 2 terror charges against Luigi Mangione, but did say the man accused of gunning down a health insurance executive will still face trial for second-degree murder. Mangione appearing in a Manhattan courthouse for the murder last year of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The judge saying the evidence put forth for the terrorism charges was legally insufficient. Our New York correspondent Jessica Lemazurier reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into the Manhattan courtroom with shackles on his feet, wearing tan-coloured prison garb. Crowds outside of the courthouse cheered in celebration after the judge, in his state murder case, ruled that terrorism charges brought against the accused killer should be dropped. Well, this is a huge blow to prosecutors. The judge dismissed 2 criminal counts against Mangione over the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson back in December last year. He said that there was not enough evidence to justify the charges. Now, prosecutors had argued that writings left by Mangione showed a terrorism motive, but the judge said that they failed to convince him that the suspect planned to put political pressure on the government or terrorise the general public. The 27-year-old will, however, face charges of murder in the second degree, and if convicted, he could face a minimum sentence of between 15 to 25 years in prison. Now, today's hearing was for the New York State murder case, but he also faces separate federal charges which carry a possible death penalty. Now, Mangione has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges brought against him. Thompson was shot and killed.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
A Manhattan hotel. The killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk last week's really heightened concerns about political violence here in the United States. Now, while the killing of Thompson's been widely condemned by public officials across the political spectrum, Mangione has become kind of a folk hero to some people here in the United States who...
Well, there you have it. That is the latest on Luigi Mangione, who's still being pursued by the government, but those terror charges being dropped certainly puts a stick in the spokes of the government's case and plans. Forbes News already talking about potential for jury nullification before any of that happened, or before jury selection begins. But we will keep our eyes out for more Luigi-based news in the near future. Now let's talk about Charlie Kirk. We're going to attempt to do this in quasi-chronological order, although we will be doing multiple flashbacks throughout all of this. Let's start here. Democracy Now! Might as well start in a sensible place before things go entirely off the rails here. Before I do this, I need where's my drink? God damn it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the fallout in the wake of the assassination of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The 22-year-old man accused of assassinating Kirk is scheduled to appear in court Tuesday. Tyler Robinson was detained Thursday night after he reportedly confessed to his father, who then reached out to a youth pastor who called the U.S. Marshals. Robinson is reportedly not cooperating with investigators and is being held under special watch in the Salt Lake City jail. Charlie Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at a campus event at Utah Valley University Wednesday. Authorities are still trying to determine a motive in the killing. Tyler Robinson grew up in a deeply Republican family. Authorities say Robinson engraved messages into bullet casings with references to various online and video game memes. Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox claimed Robinson had leftist ideology but did not share any evidence. There's also been speculation Robinson may have been influenced by a far-right movement known as Groypers, which is tied to the white nationalist Nick Fuentes. This is Utah Governor Cox speaking Friday.
I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here, and that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable.
While Utah Governor Spencer Cox said there's one person responsible for Charlie Kirk's killing, President Trump sent a very different message when he appeared on Fox News.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
They just don't want crime.
They don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious.
People on the right, just radical haters of crime. Even the ones who did Jan 6 and all of the ones who've done all the crimes, like myself. Criminal President Donald Trump. I just hate crime so much that I want to do them for other people. I'm like Jesus or something, okay? I'm like a martyr, right? I do the crime so other people don't have to because I know how much they hate crime.
Illegal. And they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
This weekend, Trump called for Democratic donor George Soros to be jailed. Trump's top advisor, Stephen Miller, has also threatened to target and dismantle progressive organizations after Kirk's killing. Miller was on Fox News Friday.
The last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that.
Stephen Miller on Fox News. Supporters of Charlie Kirk have also launched sweeping campaigns to target people for making critical remarks about Kirk after his death. NPR reports at least 21 educators have already been fired, put on administrative leave, or placed under investigation by their employers. NBC News reports Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has urged his staff to identify any military members who mocked or condoned the killing of Kirk. For more, we're joined here in New York by Chris Hedges, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, former foreign correspondent for the New York Times for over 2 decades, an award-winning author, a regular columnist for Sheer Post, where his most recent piece is headlined "The Martyrdom of Charlie Kirk." His most recent book, A Genocide Foretold, reporting on survival and resistance in occupied Palestine. Chris, welcome back to Democracy
Thanks,
Now! Explain your headline and what your concerns are. The martyrdom of Charlie Kirk, about the horrific murder of Kirk.
Well, you saw that his murder weaponized even before the suspect was apprehended, and the quote-unquote radical left being blamed. So in every conflict that I covered, martyrs were kind of the lifeblood of violent movements. You hold up the martyr, and any shirking from purging the society through violence of those individuals or groups who are blamed for.
Yeah, and this is what I've been saying basically since day one, is that he's going to be used by these propagandists like Stephen Miller and others around Donald Trump as a way of furthering the Trump agenda. You know, I said it very early on. May have been the first night that we heard about this. But I said that this was going to be Donald Trump. This was truly going to be the Reichstag fire. If ever there was a moment, they were going. I claimed that they were going to seize on this, and they have. I mean, they've been doing all of this crackdowns, free speech crackdowns, since day one. Effectively, a combination of narrative creation before any evidence came out about anything.
Killing the martyr is a betrayal of the martyr, and we saw that happen instantly. That's how Kirk's casket goes on Air Force Two. He's awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The flags are half. I mean, and that's only accelerated. He comes out of the Christian nationalist movement, which I wrote about a decade ago in my book, American Fascist, The Christian Right and the War in America. It's a movement I know very well. I'm also a seminary graduate. And I think we've reached a very frightening turning point. I think that we've already seen an assault on civil liberties, on institutions, universities, the media that are tasked with maintaining an open society. That will now be accelerated. I don't take any of this rhetoric lightly. I look at it as three phases. First, we saw those who protested the genocide attacked as anti-Semites, although a significant percentage, 20-30%, were probably Jewish. That was a way to shut down free speech. Then we saw undocumented workers being targeted and demonized as criminals and all this kind of stuff as a way to build Trump's version of the brown shirts, this rogue paramilitary group, ICE, with all of these detention centers. I mean, the budget is now larger than all federal law enforcement agencies combined, ICE. These detention centers are not going to be exclusively for undocumented workers. And now we're seeing the radical left demonized to shut down.
Chris Hedges saying that we're gonna have prison camps for dissidents. Wow.
Individuals and organizations that dissent from the rapid consolidation of this police state or authoritarian state.
I want to go back to President Trump. This is the president speaking in Morristown, New Jersey, on the tarmac Sunday before boarding Air Force One.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left, that's not the right.
So many flag
President
burnings,
Trump
flags
before there
everywhere.
was any
Everywhere I turn,
revealed.
I turn left, I turn right, I turn up and down. There's just flags everywhere burning. All I can see is burning flags.
After Utah Governor Cox says we have to be very clear this is the work of one person. I mean, for example, when Timothy McVeigh blew up the Oklahoma City building and killed over 160 people, people didn't say they're going to go after white Christian men. But what about what Trump, what Stephen Miller is doing and saying they're going after leftist organizations, they're talking about flag burning?
Yeah. When was the last flag burning? I don't remember one. Well, it's all fictitious. They've already started going after these organizations, but this has given them a green light to lift.
Oh, the last one.
And we've
the last
seen
flag burning
a bill
was after Donald Trump passed that executive order, where a U.S. Army veteran burned a flag outside of the White House. But that was after Donald Trump. So I don't know of any pre-executive order, but one brave, hero, one great patriot decided to utilize his First Amendment right to burn that flag after the authoritarian crackdown.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
The Florida, what was his name, Best or Most, I don't remember this, in the House, where groups that supposedly provide material support to terrorism can have their citizenship revoked. Remember Tom Cotton, right after 9/11, wanted to prosecute or go after mainstream media organizations, AP, CNN, the New York Times, for using pictures, graphic pictures from October 7th and from the genocide. So the process has already begun. Universities such as Columbia have already capitulated, and CBS is about to be turned over to a rabid Zionist and Bari Weiss, if everything goes through. We've already seen that assault, but now, in the name of the martyr, Charlie Kirk, I think that they will carry out.
Yeah, and this use of the word martyr, I mean, he really is a quasi-religious, already was a quasi-religious actor, right? He vehemently said, I mean, like, on many occasions said that the separation of church and state was a mistake, and that actually the church should be heavily involved in the government. And at one point, I think he was claiming that actually the founders, even though the ones who put in separation of church and state, actually didn't believe the very thing that they put into the Constitution. But, you know, Charlie, they are treating him like a martyr, you know, and the Republican, you know, the MAGA Taliban has never been more real than now. They now have their own martyr, their quasi-political religious figure with which to, you know, enact authoritarian rule, theocracy on America, crack down on people across the United States for, you know, using the First Amendment to repeat things that their martyr had said in the past that they don't like us talking about.
Activities that will essentially, in the end, and look to Miller, because Stephen Miller's the one who's kind of organizing all of this, just as he has with the assault on undocumented workers and on immigrants. They will begin to shut down organizations. I'm sure they're not very happy with Democracy Now! They essentially intend to create a closed society, a police state, an authoritarian state, under the rubric with
right to jail,
kind of
right away,
ideology of what I call Christian fascism. I mean, I label these Christian nationalists as heretics.
Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale capitalized on Kirk's death to advocate for a takedown of the red-green alliance of communists and Islamists who he claims have united to destroy Western civilization. He proposes an app where citizens can upload pictures of crime and homelessness in exchange for property tax rebates.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the kind of lunacy, you know, it's the old, you know, the Vatican and the Masons and the communists, you know, where these subterranean dark groups all come together. The kind of idea that there's a left, far left, radical left alliance with Islam is insane. It's absurd. But we've left the rational universe for one of magical thinking.
We've left the rational universe for one of magical thinking. Couldn't have said it better myself there, Mr. Hedges. You know, and we were talking about how Donald Trump had the desire for McCarthyism 2.0, and this is now what seems to be the justification which they're going to use to enact a new McCarthyist program on the U.S. populace. Let's go here to the wine moms of YouTube now over the I've Had It pod.
Every time the convicted felon president, whom I refer to as Kanks, short for Kankles McTaco Tits, every time Kanks gets in front of a camera, his cognitive decline, his frail, weak mind is on full display. And here he is claiming that 300 million people died last year. Play the clip.
With us? Huh? Are you going with us, Maggie?
Not with you.
Good.
Just one more on Venezuela. The president of Venezuela called the strike on the boat illegal. Are you concerned that Maduro might escalate something?
No, what's illegal are the drugs that were on the boat and the drugs that are being sent into our country.
Illegal.
And the fact that 300 million people died last year from drugs.
300 million.
Do you think he's not telling the truth when he's...
No fact check.
No fact check.
Illegal.
Where were these 300 million people?
300 million people all
He made it
gone.
up. He made it up, just like
Dead.
17 million in tariff revenue. I mean, he just made
Dead. 300 million people, all of America wiped out. All thanks to Venezuela, even though there's not a lot of evidence that Venezuela is actually making there's a lot of Venezuelan cartels making some, making all of the fentanyl actually. A lot more evidence that is being made in the United States. Precursor chemicals being sent and then actually being made inside the United States.
He made it up. He made it up, just like 17 million in tariff revenue. I mean, he just makes
17
shit
trillion.
up. I'm sorry, 17 trillion. And nobody fact checks him. I've stopped 7 wars. What are they?
So this is
People are questioning my referencing the IHIP lady. I almost called them the IHOP ladies. The IHIP ladies is the wine moms of YouTube. I've been calling them that for a minute. I think it's because at one point they referred to themselves as wine moms, I think, or something like that. And I think I just sort of glommed onto that. If these two were the average wine moms, we live in a very... yes, we would. Hopefully they can infiltrate the wine mom YouTube algorithm and convert them all.
where democracy is dead. I mean, this movement, you guys, is they're exploiting the murder of Charlie Kirk, and they're going full tilt to erode civil liberties. They're already making lists of people who didn't respond the way they wanted them to respond.
Right to jail,
despite
right
every
away.
single Democratic leader on the planet condemning it. And that's not enough for them. And Kanks always shit talks Americans. I've never in my lifetime heard an American president that just consistently and constantly shit talks the American citizens the way this man does. Play the clip.
The problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left, that's not the right.
Do you plan on investigating?
We'll see. We'll be announcing. They're already under investigation.
You got a list.
Yeah, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people.
It's like Santa Claus on Christmas morning. We're going to round them all up. We're making a list. We're checking it twice, trying to find out who's been naughty or nice to Charlie Kirk online. And then we're going to come after them.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
That you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under
investigation.
So I think what he's talking about here is George Soros. That's somebody who they really, really want to go after. And this instance about flags, all of this flag burning going on all over the place. Let's talk about flags. Let's talk about them. Because what I see are the flags on the right, the don't tread on me crowd, who's, getting arms up. Meanwhile, the federal government starts to tread on civil liberties. Crickets, they're nowhere to be found. And then I also saw flags, Nazi flags and Confederate flags at January 6th. And it's really rich. And I guess that this works with his base because he said smart people don't like him. So smart people, all of us sitting here watching this, I'm not going to be lectured about violence from a guy that incited a violent insurrection and then packed his toys up and left the White House and didn't participate in a peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, and then came back to power and pardoned all of the people. who did the violence.
Because Joe Biden beat him by 8 million votes. And then this guy, Kanks, is regramming this truck bed that has Joe Biden bound and gagged. And I just want to remind everybody that Charlie Kirk himself called for the death penalty against Joe Biden. So for me, I always hear this call of violence and death and the enemy from within from the right, and they're trying to gaslight Americans that don't follow the everyday news. They are
That's right. Jen is correct. They are gaslighting us. They are, I mean, they are using this one instance to reverse victim and offender. Republicans are the ones, right-wingers are the ones who have been purveying, dabbling in political violence, inciting Donald Trump, telling a militia, a literal right-wing militia, to stand by and wait for the election results. Anybody remember that doozy? Or that there were good people on both sides in Charlottesville? I mean, he has been outwardly pro-right-wing extremist violence since the very beginning. Since before ever becoming president. Telling people in his crowds to attack protesters and journalists. It has been his MO, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not us. It's the left just keeps turning up the rhetoric. The Democrats, the communists they're just so, oh my God, those prevalent communists. They're all over the media, first of all, and they are out there calling for violence all the time. Not free healthcare and public transportation. Workers' rights. No, they just keep calling for political violence, those communists. God damn it. Certainly not the Groypers, or the 3%ers, or the Proud Boys, or the Boogaloo Boys, or the fucking, like, litany of right-wing extremist militia groups. It's not the literal Nazis who go parading around certain areas in the South, like, I don't know, Tennessee or Kentucky.
years ago.
Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Fuck democracy. I want to see Antifa members hanging from gallows and Trump ties. That's what I would like to see. Yeah.
We need total dictator Trump. I seriously, and you know, there's no argument against it. Oh, the Constitution says
there's no argument. There's no argument against dictatorship.
Of Christian nationalism, my
this
goal.
Fucking moron. This fucking guy. There's like no argument against dictatorship. I've thought about this. I literally, this take that I just came up with just now is so spicy and hot. There's no way that it's wrong, dude. There's no way to even examine that kind of claim, okay? Like, it's just literally no way to argue against dictatorship, aside from the litany of arguments that are incredibly obvious if you think about it for like 2 seconds.
The Constitution is invalid.
Yes, the point of Christian nationalism, my goal, is to break American democracy.
Here would be my solution. Elect a dictator, suspend the laws, dismiss the legislature, and the dictator taxes the people and uses the money to build a giant wall and uses the money to raise an army that is personally loyal to him.
People need to be tried, convicted, and executed for treason.
The greatest example of love is to kill those traitors so others learn never to do it.
We need to hold people for treason, start having some public hearings, and
Illegal.
start executing people who are found guilty for their treasonous acts against the Constitution of the United States
That's
of
a
America.
pastor.
Just like
This guy is a pastor who's calling for for executions. Man of God. thinks that man should murder other men, apparently.
They did back in 1776.
There should be military tribunals taking place right now, and people should be arrested for high treason that's been committed at the highest levels of government. Well, personally, I think a firing squad would just be great. Just put them all there, stick them up against a wall, and take them out.
What does a modern day
Is that a
militia
British
look like?
accent?
Because if you're like me, you see these godless commies and you're like, I want to shoot them in the face. But because you're like me and you're a law-abiding patriot, you're not going to do that.
You're a
because
great
that's
patriot.
illegal.
Ah.
Or is it?
Illegal.
Or is it illegal? Oh, is shooting someone in the face illegal? Maybe, maybe not. Oh. Hot take. Maybe shooting people in the face not illegal. I don't know. Who's to say?
Not getting done the way it should, and decides to put out the tweet that says, "My fellow Americans, my fellow 2A loving Americans, it's time to take up arms against these assholes. You are all fucked in under an hour."
We will then collect the power needed to silence, destroy, and imprison our political opposition.
So this fucking country is so gay. I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country.
You are
So
not
this was
funny.
3 years ago, and you can only imagine since then how.
It's fascinating. There you go. There's just receipts from some of the right-wing influencers out there online calling for it sounded like a lot of violence. A lot of violence being called for out there. But those guys they don't seem to be very left-wing. Now, let's talk more about this situation. This is BBC News from 2 days ago. Charlie Kirk, suspect. Tyler Robinson not cooperating with authorities, according to Utah Governor Cox.
Now, the suspect in the deadly shooting of Charlie Kirk is not cooperating with authorities. That's according to Utah's Governor Spencer Cox. Over the weekend, Mr. Kirk's widow, Erica, gave a tearful address in which she thanked first responders for their efforts and vowed that her husband's voice will remain.
It was one of the most creepy things I've ever seen, actually. We're not going to watch it. I just find her to be completely disturbing. Incredibly disturbing. Incredibly disturbing woman. And she seems to believe absolutely everything that Charlie believed in, completely support everything that he supported in. So there's no reason why I should give a fuck about her any more than I should give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. You know, I didn't care about Charlie Kirk in his life. I don't care about him in his death. I think it's unfortunate that he died the way that he did, but according to him, he was a necessary casualty in America's fight to keep its constitutional rights.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Sorry, I gotta pause this. I just realized that we're over an hour into the show. Which means the free hour's over. We gotta start the gold. Okay, I've started a galactic content goal to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet space content, which we so deserve tonight. You can, of course, contribute to that and the galactic deficit financing goal. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, we do have a good deal of distance to go on the galactic deficit. And sure, we have 2 weeks until October, so for now, no 5-alarm emergency, but could get ahead of it. Just donate a couple bucks. Cash App, PayPal. Maybe decide to become a new patron member. And all of that would contribute to the galactic deficit as well as the content goal. So your money's not going to waste. In fact, it's going to 2 goals simultaneously. That's 2 for 1 for your Earth dollars. Okay. Back to the BBC.
Cross over to the United States to talk to Niles Stanage, who is the White House columnist for The Hill. And the death of Charlie Kirk continues to reverberate across the US. We're now hearing he's not cooperating with the investigation. What's the latest that we're hearing
Not
across the
going to do
United
it. Wouldn't be
States?
prudent at this juncture.
Well, you mentioned Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, who also said that the suspect in this case harbors leftist ideology, but then went on to add that the motivation precisely for the killing of Charlie Kirk is not clear. So that's where things stand in terms of...
Yeah, also, Cash went on to not have any evidence as to this leftist. In fact, none of these people have come out and given any evidence to any leftist ideology that this shooter had. But they continue to claim it, and then have been claiming it since day one, since before they even had a shooter or a suspect.
Investigation. Of course, the suspect will be entitled to his day in court and to try to rebut any charges. More broadly, there has been, I think, a push from President Trump and from others on the right to try to take punitive action against people who are perceived to be celebrating Kirk's demise online. That in itself is very controversial, partly because of the United States free speech protections and partly because of the idea that this is a partisan push from the right to punish people on the left, and the fear that that may become a wider dragnet.
And when it comes to, we obviously saw his widow Erica give a really tearful, understandably, expression of just her sadness about the...
It wasn't tearful. It was vengeful. It was a Did this bitch fucking watch that goddamn speech? It was vengeful. She was furious. She was on the verge of screaming at society, even though her own husband said that people needed to die every year so that we could have guns, and then she personally said that his goals, his political goals, must live on. Essentially saying that more tragedies like this need to continue to happen. Oh, God. The way the media has been covering this is ridiculous. As if Erica Kirk is some sort of, sympathetic figure. Fact is she took up the mantle the second that Charlie died and came out and basically just reiterated all of his worst takes. Essentially just saying, I stand by my husband and everything he ever said. And the movement that he created over at Turning Point USA. We will do everything to make America great and rid our country of these horrible leftist monsters. She seems like a disturbed woman, if you ask me.
Authorities are investigating the killing of the conservative political activist Charlie Kirk. The 22-year-old suspect in the case, Tyler Robinson, is scheduled to appear in a Utah courtroom tomorrow. The FBI revealing that the suspect wrote a note before the shooting saying he had the opportunity to take out Kirk and planned to act.
Joining us now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. So, Andrew, I want to play some of what Director Kash Patel said just this morning. Let's watch.
The suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So help us understand what that means exactly.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure what aggressive interview.
But yeah, well, I have a guess. I mean, but like this is all fascinating. So much of what Cash said there was very strange to me. Basically saying, okay, so we know that a note existed because we have evidence that evidence existed, but does not currently exist. Right? That there was at one time evidence existed of evidence existing. I gotta hear it one more time. It's fucking insane. Evidence existed that evidence existed at one point, that a note existed, but they don't have the note.
What that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
Wait. Go back.
And we have confirmed what that note says because of destroyed. We have found in the suspect and partner's home, but we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So help us understand what that means exactly.
No one can be sure. No one can be sure what that all meant. But here's what it sounds like to me, and I mean, this is just the way I'm reading what he said. But he said the aggressive interview posture, whatever that means exactly, of the FBI is what led to the revelation that a note in fact existed at one time, but they do not actually have evidence of its existence. They just know that evidence once existed to the evidence of it existing. I don't know. It's all very strange, but it sounds like they tortured somebody. Is that just me? Am I the only one getting that vibe? That, I mean, when you end a sentence like that, it's like, look, we can't say we have any real, tangible, physical evidence, but we do have evidence pointing to evidence of it existing at one point after having aggressively interviewed someone. It just sounds like they beat the shit out of the roommate until the roommate was like, okay, a note. There was a note. Just stop with the electric anodes or whatever. I mean, like, that's what it sounds like. They fucking tortured somebody, and they're just like, all right, well, you don't have physical evidence, but someone told us that it existed. Let's talk about what the FBI has been up to and Kash Patel a little bit more.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, honestly, just beclowning himself in this investigation from the very beginning, especially in the press conference after Tyler Robinson.
Kash Patel beclowning himself. What a vocab word from Sagar over here.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
You buffoon. You beclownerer.
Beginning, especially in the press conference after Tyler Robinson was turned into authorities, basically making it seem as if it was law enforcement who did such a good job here, when the truth is that they released some pictures and the guy's father convinced him to turn him in. They didn't have as of the night before, Utah authorities told media, we have no idea where he is, we have no idea who he is. They had nothing, zero, nada. And yet here's how he spun it.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilize these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight.
It's a testament to good law enforcement being great.
A what now?
Testament to good law enforcement being great. Huh. Weird.
As my tenure as the director of the FBI, there is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk.
By the way, nothing...
Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Don't be creepy.
By the way, nothing that the FBI did led to the arrest of this man. Okay? Nothing that they did, like, all of the assets on the ground, they might as well have just left everybody at home and just released the photo. Because the only thing that the FBI did that led to the arrest of this man was releasing the photo, which literally every single law enforcement agency would have done eventually, right? That is it. Who knows how many millions of dollars was spent investigating all of this? None of it did any good. This guy would have been if the photo, if the parents, if people hadn't recognized this kid in those photos and had decided to push him to turn himself in, we would have no idea. He would have been gone forever. The FBI didn't have shit.
There's a lot going on there. I mean, the Valhalla thing is crazy. We'll just leave that all to the side. We'll just talk purely about
let's just leave the
claim that the FBI.
Let's just leave the insane nod to white supremacist, like jihadism once again. This sort of insane, Christian Taliban, like, oh, if you die in the fight for white supremacy, you get to go to Valhalla. 20 virgins or something. I don't know what's in Valhalla. Something like that.
Wing assets. What does that even mean? Fixed wing assets. Talking here,
he's
taking
just trying
credit,
to sound like he knows what the hell he's doing.
And then
basically.
taking credit for releasing photos like
assets.
every police, like local police.
We mobilize fixed wing assets to the location. Now, people are asking, a lot of people have asked themselves, like Sagar, what is a fixed wing asset? And I too was stumbled. I was perplexed by this claim. And then I realized, oh, they must be using, this must be the efficiency part. This must be the efficiency part of the Trump administration. They must be using refurbished planes, right? They're buying used planes, broken wings, right? And then they go in, they fix the wings. So those wings are now fixed. So these are fixed wing aircrafts. Get it? Get it? It's okay.
To do that all the time. It's some novel thing. He followed it up, by the way, with this. Let's put it up here on the screen. He says, quote, against all law enforcement recommendations, we demanded the video footage and enhanced stills of the suspect be released to the public. Robinson's father, who ultimately turned him into authorities, told law enforcement he recognized his son in that released video. So again, literally trying to take credit at this point for the capture of Tyler Robinson. Well, actually, no, not capture. That's the wrong word. For the for Tyler Robinson being identified by his family, walked into local police.
Yeah.
It's one of those where it's preposterous, the idea that the law enforcement had really anything to do with this other than the routine release of images and making it seem like he stood up to law enforcement. I'm not sure I believe that. And if that's true, then that's more of an indictment of local Utah authorities. But broadly, what you guys saw there, and let's recap all of the mistakes that he made from the very beginning. Number one, in the initial hours after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, he says a subject is in custody, meaning for most people, for the layman, they're like, oh, okay, so they got him. Great. It's the end of the night. And then he follows it up. The subject has now been released. We're looking for a different person. No, he didn't even say that. He said this.
No, he didn't. The tweet that Kash Patel put out first wasn't "we have a suspect in custody." It was "we got him," all caps, 17 exclamation points. It was we got him, I believe was the claim.
Has now been released. The manhunt or whatever continues. And so it was twice, basically, that they claimed and then had to retract that they had people who were in custody and basically telegraphing to folks, oh, it's all been wrapped up, it's in the bag, don't worry about it. When in both cases, it fell apart completely. And then from that point, in that one day up to the turning in of Tyler Robinson, they had nothing. Because if you watch that press conference the day before, we were...
Yeah, they had abso-freaking-lutely nothing. All right. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to do this. Here we go. Okay. Let's go to one of the, actually, with everything that's happened this week, it's hard to quantify which has been the most disturbing. Like the ushering in of the new McCarthyist era, or, like, just, but like this next one we gotta watch is fucking insane. Okay? Like it really is. For a multitude of reasons, really and truly. Everything about this is disturbing to me. Because this next video we're about to watch was live streamed to the Charlie Kirk YouTube channel 2 days ago. And the Vice President of the United States hosted it. That's right. The Vice President of the United States hosted a podcast, specifically Charlie Kirk's podcast. Charlie Kirk, a man who is essentially an avowed racist, hater of civil rights, both for ethnic minorities and women, a bigot against multiple religious minorities. Like, and the vice president is basically, by being the host of this show, inherently, what's the word? Seconding, like supporting everything that Charlie Kirk ever stood for. Okay, that's the thing about this I want to drive home today, is that by hosting this podcast, JD Vance and all of the other officials who come onto it to talk, like, are essentially engaging in from the federal government, from the executive branch of the United States federal government, is literally engaging in propaganda on an extremist's YouTube channel, right? And it's being hosted from, they literally live streamed it from the White House. Okay, and think about to yourself how Republicans would have acted in a different situation with Democrats in the White House doing something like this. You know, like, I'm just trying to think of somebody, like say Hasan was brutally murdered and we didn't have a lot of information about the killer, But for the last week, Democrats had been coming out and saying we are going to be prosecuting and investigating right-wingers across the country. If you said anything critical about Hasan in the last decade, we are going to investigate you. We are going to go into all of your social media history. We're going to track you down, and you're going to go to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
And then they hosted a Hasan cast stream. Right? Just imagine that. You know, Kamala Harris and Merrick Garland, they come out and they talk about how they're going to prosecute Republicans. Imagine that, because that's basically what's about to happen, but in reverse.
We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why.
And the fact is, it's not even a fair comparison with Hasan, because Hasan is not called for violence against anybody, right? But like, it's the closest I could come up with. Hasan wasn't actively trying to, you know, take rights away from people. He was trying to give people more. He's still alive. But in this, you know, hypothetical that I've come up with.
For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
This is ridiculous.
Man, Charlie, I remember when...
This is fucking ridiculous. This is sappy, like a sappy freaking montage. It's like, ugh, it is gross. And like, the fact is like, it is just mind-boggling to me. It's just mind-boggling to me that everyone's fine with the fucking vice president of the United States hosting a fucking podcast. He doesn't have anything better to do. Nothing better to do than to stow up anger and resentment in the country by hosting a podcast.
We were starting these out, and it was
blaming
that,
the death
it was like your average political meeting where there's like 12 people in a room.
Of an extremist
this is awesome.
YouTube.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most
star,
over-the-top
Trump
event
him.
that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots on the ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters. Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, why is this doing this?
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida. Throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Because you're not supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation.
Sorry, something fucked up is going on with my browser. I gotta like reopen this window. It's acting real stupid. What is happening? I don't know. It is losing its mind. You heard they're naming a highway after... Are they really naming a highway after Charlie Kirk? It's ridiculous. Maybe we should name some more highways after David Duke. They had basically the same ideology.
We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong.
Okay, I think I fixed it. Hopefully.
America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline.
Jesus Christ, really? The bagpipes? Bagpipe. Okay. How long are we gonna have to put up with this shit, by the way? Anybody? Anybody? It's already become too much. Narwhal by nature with a sweet, sweet super chat. Breaking the ice. In the timeless words of the God Warrior. Quote, it's not Christine. Everything's unholy. I'm trying to think of who that actually is. I have no idea who you're referring to. Who's the great God Warrior? Well, thank you, Narwhal, for the breaking of the ice. We are now 2 of 10 on the content goal. Oh my god, this is unbearable. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I gotta get the graphics in there, my god.
Every day is a battle for your mind, raging.
Jesus,
information coming from every angle with the will to deceive.
What is this fucking AI voice?
Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest.
Look, they desecrated the Constitution.
Truth. The voice of a...
Look at this.
Illegal.
They've desecrated the Constitution.
Generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world.
Big Gov
This is
sucks.
the Charlie Kirk Show.
Big Gov sucks. That's why I have a sign on the wall. Let you know the Big Gov sucks.
The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe.
Unless big government is, of course, run by us, and then it actually is great. Like when the Trump administration is now cracking down on free speech even more than it was beforehand in the name of me, Charlie Kirk. Big Gov sucks, though. It definitely sucks.
The greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. JD Vance here,
This is
live
so
from my
dumb.
office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk. And of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their 2.
That's one thing that I've been thinking about this whole time, is that it seems like all of the people who are now running the government right now, Kash Patel, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, all these guys knew Charlie Kirk, Pam Bondi. how are they going to adequately prosecute Charlie Kirk's killer when they all have what seems to be a glaring objectivity problem, since they all personally knew the victim? You know, all the defense is going to have to do in this case is come out and say, the entire investigation apparatus was run by people who knew or venerated Charlie Kirk. Every single person who touched all evidence and is prosecuting this case all knew the victim and have do not have the capability to separate their personal relationship with the victim from the case. And it's over.
Beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building.
Like, I just want to point that out to everybody. But because the more that these people come out and talk about how much they love Charlie Kirk, how much they knew him in life, the more that this is going to come up. The more this is going to be an issue, right? And you had, like Governor Cox of Utah talking about how he knew Charlie Kirk in his life. And he's in charge of the state government of Utah. I mean, like, at every single turn, there's a bunch of people involved in this investigation who knew Charlie Kirk personally and had motive to meddle in evidence.
He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship.
The thing about this, I think for me, that I really truly find disturbing about this is that this is this sort of very 1984-esque vibe that I got from all of this, like from watching this. And I did not watch the whole thing. I could not bring myself to do it. It was fucking god awful. But this very much authoritarian, George Orwellian vibes from this, where you have government officials not speaking to the media, but controlling the media. Literally controlling the media for over 2 hours here on one of the biggest right-wing conservative podcasts on the internet. You have government officials controlling the media narrative with no one to push back, which is another one of the problems with Truth Social. Is that Donald Trump gets to with completely unfiltered just release to everyone his thoughts on every matter. It's just it's a horrifying moment in our country's history.
I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people.
Do you see what I mean, though? Like, what I've been saying is, like, them coming out and doing this fucking eulogy, this 2 hour long just glaze fest of Charlie Kirk, is them effectively endorsing every aspect of his ideology, every single thing that he said, that we should undo the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement was actually bad for black people, that women shouldn't have jobs, and that they should in fact just do whatever their husbands want. The second that they become women, they should have a husband. and should be making babies, not going into the workforce, not having a career, not having goals of their own, merely being vessels for their husbands, and all sorts of other horrifying things. I mean, it is insane, but they are basically they are endorsing absolutely every single one of his worst takes, which might not be as dangerous as, say, maybe endorsing every worst take of like a Nick Fuentes, I suppose. But it really is a sort of shocking to see just how intrinsically, like, they see themselves as being so intrinsic to one another that somehow, Charlie Kirk is the conservative movement, is Donald Trump, is everything that they seem to stand for. I mean, they're coming out and saying it in broad daylight.
Wouldn't he see him? Why wouldn't he see the person who's in the chat before talking about war policy?
So, time out. Just so we're clear, I'm sure you've been added to group chats with 30 or 40 people sometimes, and you enter in with trust that every acronym is actually a government official. Obviously, that will not happen again. Just so we're clear, Signal was an approved chat by...
Oh my God, that's hilarious. So so JD Vance peppered in a clip of Charlie Kirk defending the Signal group chat fiasco earlier this year. That is hilarious. That is so funny. Look how much Charlie loved us. He was a great patriot. Even when we blunderously included members of the media in our group communications about, strikes in the Middle East, he was there for us.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Vice President J.D. Vance. Joining me now is Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, dear friend of mine, and friend of
Going from that very peaceful, serene country music, and then Stephen Miller. It's like, oh, why did you give me that music? You should have given me anything else. Like, I don't know. Jaws. You should give me the Jaws theme, Something like that.
Kirk's. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of what I wanted to talk with Stephen about, there's a lot of questions about the investigation, where we are in the investigation. I want to be respectful to the FBI's process, but just know that we're on top of this, and the entire administration is trying to do as much as possible to find everything that we can about what led to this, about how we got here, and of course, ultimately, how an assassin took Charlie's life. I wanted to zoom out with Stephen a little bit and talk about all of the ways that we're trying to figure out how to prevent this festering violence that you see on the far left from becoming even more and more mainstream. And
so that's the premise that JD Vance wants to go with. Even though all the statistics show that the vast majority of violence, of political violence being committed in the United States is on the far right, him and Stephen Miller are going to sit here and brainstorm over how we solve the extremist left violence crisis that they're making up. How do we solve the crisis that we just made up? Can we be that groundbreaking? Can we be that innovative to solve a crisis that we in fact ourselves made up out of whole cloth? Can we be that daring?
Before I do that, Stephen, I want to do this with every guest because you're a friend of Charlie's, and one of the things I'm hoping that people get out of this is an understanding for the kind of guy that Charlie was, who he was. And so before I talk to you about what we're doing to try to prevent something like this from happening again, maybe you could just talk about why you love Charlie, what memories you have of him, something that would give our audience a sense of what he was behind the microphone.
Yeah.
I've known Charlie for 10 years. He was a treasured friend. And, you know, this is going to sound, he made you believe more in yourself, is the best way I could put that.
That's right.
He was your biggest cheerleader. He would, if I was working on a hard project, an important executive order, a major new initiative, he would give me the strength and the focus to get it done.
Yeah, it's really incredible the way that all of these people talk about him. From one end to the other end of the Trump government, it seems like everybody literally just knew Charlie Kirk personally. Which, once again, I think creates a massive conflict of interest in them being the ones to do the investigation around all of this. They don't seem to be emotionally equipped to deal with it. That's just me personally. I could be completely wrong. But it really does seem that way to me. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but if ever there was a conflict of interest in doing an investigation, it would seem to be this administration investigating their best, it seems like their best friend and idol and biggest supporter, also one of their biggest financial backers. I mean, Turning Points USA is funneling millions of dollars into the right-wing political project in the United States. They seem to be just the most glaring conflict of interest possible that you could come up with. It's like literally they all like cried together like over this. Like, yeah, I think you might be emotionally compromised. I don't think you're equipped to do this investigation. I think you might have some ulterior motives on this one. Hate to bring that up, but you seem to be having a moment right now.
Vice President J.D. Vance here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So I am moonlighting as a radio host today, of course, in honor of my dear friend Charlie. And, I wanted to be like Marco Rubio. I wanted to add an extra job here as the radio host and vice president here in the West Wing, here in the White House complex. But I have another person
as your
here
radio host
many
and
hats
the radio host
one of
and
the
vice
most gifted
president. This is what I'm saying. I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. This is some fucking George Orwell shit right here. The vice president has taken over the media and is speaking to us unfiltered for 2 hours straight, hosting a podcast. Totally normal.
Communicators I've ever seen, right up there with the great Charlie Kirk. I'm glad to be joined by Carolyn Levitt, our press secretary. Carolyn, so good to see
yes.
you.
It's a perfect moment for her to pop up.
Very kind. I appreciate
Talking
you
about
saying
George
that.
Orwell, and the czar of the Ministry of Truth is here in the flesh.
So why don't you kick it off and tell us a little bit. So those who don't know, who are listening or watching, you actually were involved with TPUSA very early on when you were in college. Tell me about that experience and about getting to know Charlie Kirk through that forum.
Well, I'm a Gen Z conservative, so I was really raised within the MAGA movement, and within the MAGA movement as a Gen Z conservative means you're very much a part of the Turning Point USA movement. And so my political education was not just through the rise of President Trump, but also the rise of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And watching him and listening to him, and I inquired about starting a Turning Point USA chapter on my college, St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire, where I went and where my political ambition and love of media and politics really began. And
Wow, so Caroline has been involved with Turning Point since she was in high school. Attempting to start her own Turning Points chapter. My God, all of them knew Charlie. They all were just literally a bunch of Turning Points acolytes.
just by watching Charlie from a distance was so inspiring to me as a young conservative woman. And then I got to know him personally when I decided to run for Congress, and he was a tremendous supporter and friend.
Great. So you literally communicate for a living. You're the person that speaks to the American people and the world on behalf of the White House every single day.
Yeah, she is. And what is she doing here? Why are you two on the goddamn Charlie? Why are you doing your own? I don't understand. Why is there a presidential podcast on Charlie Kirk's fucking YouTube channel? What in the fuck is going on, I ask you once again? Right-wingers have been screaming about you, Orwell this, Orwell that, all over the place, and now, all of a sudden, literally, Trump basically fulfilling every possible prophecy in 1984, and it's fucking crickets. It's, ooh, tread on me, daddy. Ooh, yeah, tread on me more. I like that. I'm a dirty girl. I like being tread on.
You are not funny.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Joining me now is my friend and a close friend of Charlie, the great Tucker Carlson. Tucker,
Jesus
thank you so much for being here. And we have 10 minutes, Tucker. And just to give you guys at home a little behind the scenes, the producer just showed Tucker a sign that said rap. And Tucker looked at it and said, this is expand on your point, right? So if we end up going 35 minutes, you'll know it's not the host's fault. It's Tucker Carlson's fault.
Oh, blame Tucker.
Tucker, I think you know this, and some of you know this because I...
The look that Tucker just gave him over his Tucker holding this tiny little teacup, like squinting over the teacup, like... What in the fuck is this shit?
Tucker, I think you know this, and some of you know this because I wrote about it on X.com. But when X.com was Twitter, I did an interview with the Tucker Carlson Tonight Show on Fox News, and I got a message from a guy named Charlie Kirk that said, you did a great job, I really liked what you said, and let's keep in touch. And that began the start of my friendship with Charlie Kirk. That was the first time I had ever communicated with Charlie Kirk. So you've known him for a long time. You talked to him about a lot of issues, and I want to talk in part about how to honor Charlie's legacy, because I think that he modeled civil discourse within the right. He accepted there were big disagreements on all these issues, but he thought we were all on the same team and we could debate this stuff, but actually have a drink at the end of the day. And
so yeah, I mean, this was the vibes. This was the vibes for over 2 hours. I really don't have the energy to listen to everything that's said here. I really don't. It's just, I mean, it's 2 hours of glazing. It's just 2 hours of talking about how great of a guy Charlie Kirk was, how much he loved free speech. But most importantly, I think the main through line for this to me, I felt most important, which is why I'm just glazing, which is why I'm glossing over it all so quickly, is that this was literally a presidential level, right? The vice president of the United States doing a goddamn podcast, a 1984 style Big Brother podcast to the nation over an extremist right-wing influencer's death that they are framing as being done by left-wingers when they still haven't produced any evidence and are just circling the wagons. They're circling the wagons, getting out the narrative. They are attempting their very best. This is their very best attempt at attempting to keep the narrative in check, keep this from getting away from them, allowing no air in the room for dissent, for criticism of how they're handling it. Basically bring out the entire government. RFK Jr., Susie Wiles, other people will come on later. I don't have it in me right now to go through those even. Here, this is what I'm going to do for that. Look.
Respectful of the people who disagreed with them. He gave them the most respect.
You tell everybody I'm making America healthy again. Everybody's healthy now. Susie Wiles.
Greatest hero. He wanted their voice to be heard. I saw
Shut up,
on
you weirdo.
One of the networks just
single day, such a vital role of the success of the 2024
It's insane. This is insanity. Okay, well, we are already somehow 2 hours into the stream. Don't ask me how. We have not gotten through very much. But it does mean we have to take a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry, though, we will be right back after these brief space messages. Don't forget also that we have a galactic deficit financing goal going right now, as well as the YouTube content goal. You can contribute to both. Things like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive by contributing in one of the many ways we have available. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. For your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on the stream. That's right, you could be hanging out poolside with me and the rest of the patrons, or the bar, or at the lake, perhaps the street as well, also available to patron avatars. You just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I put it on the screen. Then you'll see it, and you'll be hanging out. You can see it. You'll be able to see it being there on the screen in front of you. It'll be great. It's only $3 a month. But not just that, you get shout outs at the end of every stream. That's right, your name could be on this list of incredible people right here. Secret Discord channel inside the Discord server and much, much more. But I won't bother with any more of that. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. And here we are.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here we are, ready for the second half. Just want to remind everybody that we've got about 2 hours to complete the content goal, which of course you can do by contributing on Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, as well as YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. I noticed some people saying that they want avatars. At least one person I noticed saying that they want an avatar. You can, like I was saying earlier, get an avatar by becoming a Galactic patron for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month. It'll get you an avatar, it'll get you a shout out, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, some secret content out there. All right, we left off listening to the Propaganda Hour, really the Propaganda 2 Hour, with JD Vance on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel, now defunct YouTube channel. I mean, what are they going to do with that thing exactly? And the millions of followers over there. You're going to have to rename it. That'd be sacrilege. Who's going to take over for Charlie Kirk on the Charlie Kirk podcast? Doesn't make sense.
Failed drag queen that referred to the president of the United States as Hitler. I'm talking about smoky-eyed sociopath J.D. Vance, who we here at iHip News refer to as Lil Smokey. He went and substituted in on Charlie Kirk's.
That's one of the things I think Jen does maybe the best out of anybody in the space. Is she comes up with nicknames for people and then she sticks with them. And then she just says them over and over and over again. Like she just like thinks of the thing that what's the funniest / meanest thing that I can think of that'll make these guys upset. And then how can I say that 100 times a week? Like there's gotta be like a counter on the wall somewhere at the iHip podcast studio. Maybe two of them. One Kanks, one counter over there. The other Smoky Eyes So, so Smokey Eyes on one counter and you got Kanks on the other.
Today in the office of the vice president. And he is engaging in full-blown lying propaganda. He starts off the clip that I'm about to play, disparaging The Nation magazine and untruthfully linking it to being funded by George Soros, which is 100% false. And The Nation has gone on record and not sanitized the body of work that remains after the murder and assassination of Charlie Kirk. They have very plainly written out exactly what he stood for and what his movement stood for. And here's Lil Smokey talking about that. And then a follow-up video proving that Lil Smokey is a lying liar. Play the clip.
I just find it so fascinating that any of these people can get upset about us talking about what Charlie Kirk had to say when they're all coming out and telling us how great of a guy Charlie Kirk was. Like, you come out and you say, Charlie Kirk, great, what a great guy Charlie Kirk was. His ideology was amazing. And then people start talking about Charlie Kirk's ideology, bringing up clips of Charlie Kirk, an incredibly public figure, with just perhaps maybe some of the most, like, on the internet. Charlie Kirk probably has some of the most internet visibility out of anybody in the political sphere, right? There's more clips of Charlie Kirk on the internet than there are of practically any other political talker. But suddenly, oh, they're very upset. It's like, you just spent an hour talking about how great of a guy Charlie Kirk was, and now when I replay Charlie Kirk, the great guy you're talking about talking, you get upset.
Accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words.
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken.
Wait, so they're playing the full context clip in which Charlie Kirk literally says the part that you're saying he doesn't say. He literally just says, we know you are not smart enough.
They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
So there it is, Lil Smokey, the sitting vice president of the United States, lying. And it's
Oh, wait. This must have been... I think this was their clip. I think that they did that clip. Yeah. I think they side-by-sided, or whatever you want to call that. I think they side-by-sided that, and that I don't think JD actually played the clip. And now that I think back to it, no, you're right. No, yeah, I'm right. He did not play this clip. Now that I think back.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
So there it is, Lil Smokey, the sitting vice president of the United States, lying. And it's breathtaking that he lies like this in the digital age when it's so immediately provable what Charlie Kirk said about Black women in this ongoing pervasive effort.
Yeah, it takes zero time. That's the thing about it. In this online age, with a man whose entire life was documented online, right, as an influencer, as a political influencer, whose entire, much of his political career was focused on getting his face on the internet, talking about political issues.
And ridicule and dehumanize Black women, when the whole thing that prompted this whole thing, as far as I can see it, is MAGA on MAGA crime. And they can't deal with it. They can't take it. And so they are lying propagandists that go back to their old playbook, as they always do, beat up on Black people. And I am so sick of it. And this podcast is an ally to the Black community and Little Smoky, that is just so incredibly regressive and painful for a sitting Vice President of the United States to excuse and lie about overt, provable, demonstrative racism.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with the Jen, but I think that really it's not just that one example. I know that she's upset about this one example, but the mere fact that JD Vance went on to host Charlie Kirk's podcast to talk about how good of a guy Charlie Kirk was, it is not just this one example where he's just lying. I mean, it doesn't matter whether he's lying. He's saying that everything Charlie Kirk has ever said is good. Whether or not he's going to lie about it doesn't matter at this point, because he's green lighting, he's co-signing everything Charlie Kirk ever said, or stood for in his life. Not just by being there, but like by the word that he's saying while he is there. Literally, where he's saying Charlie Kirk was an amazing guy who I looked up to and loved and had a strong relationship with, and I believed in what he stood for. He believed in, like, you know what I mean? Like, he literally, all of the words are just affirming this narrative that I'm talking about right now. Everything that he said demonstrated it. What's that sound? Oh, it's my... Oh, okay, there we go.
Elections in a row. I mean, it wasn't even close. He moves into the White House and it broke the Republican Party. It broke them to a place to where all of this racism now is streamlined. And here is Megyn Kelly on her podcast admitting exactly how broken she is over Obama's 2 terms.
We don't feel like ourselves. We haven't felt like ourselves in a while. And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama. I just think he was such a slick snake. You know, he was this affable guy who was like wearing good suits and looked the part and sounded the part and dressed the part, but was so divisive in his messaging. The left, they look at
How dare Obama be so good looking and then just make me so angry at the same time? I hate it. He broke me. Obama broke Megyn Kelly's weak mental state. The fragile brain of Megyn Kelly broken by the existence of Barack Obama. He made her that upset.
Please, he was not divisive. What was so divisive about Barack Obama being in office is that you can't handle it, because the Republican playbook is always to pick on the marginalized. The default setting of it is always to oppress. And for her to say, I'm not trying to get political, would be like me starting off this podcast by saying, hey guys, I'm not trying to get political. Put a sock in it. That is so.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly. On my political podcast, I'm just going to start with this disclaimer. I'm not trying to get political. It's just totally happenstance that I fell into this one today. You know, sudden politics. I know, unexpected on the Megyn Kelly political podcast. Nobody was expecting it, but I have to preempt you all with this horrifying warning. This is about to get political. By the end of this, blood might be coming out of all of my holes.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Charlie Kirk's old show, there was like a guest host.
By the way, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. I can't remember if I had told you what was happening, but I was like, I can't watch this whole goddamn podcast with you people today. I just can't do it. It's just not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
2 full hours. That's too much, man.
That's too much, man.
So we're going through a couple of reacts. IHIP majority report.
Him after he was killed last week, And that guest host was the Vice President of the United States. He said a lot of inflammatory things and threatened political retaliation and prosecution, left-wing activists broadly because of this killing. They're trying really hard to manufacture consent for an authoritarian free speech crackdown. They've been trying to incite reactions to ICE officers, to the National Guardsmen that are coming into cities as a pretext for further authoritarianism.
I mean, look at the hyping up of the assault on Big Balls. Look at the way they were treating this Ukrainian refugee, which is the first time any of them have shown any compassion for a refugee.
R.I.P. Big Balls.
Well, she was a white woman.
Right, which definitely helps.
Killed by 2 small children. Trying to prevent crime. What's that? Big Balls still alive? Okay, whatever. Whatever you say. I still miss him. I haven't seen him for a while. Somebody send Big Balls up to the White House. I have to have a conversation.
And they are looking for warrants, basically. This is their same interest in supposedly human trafficking, which, as I said earlier, there's a big article about how they're turning all the agents that had been on that beat. Pretty important thing to be looking into. Pretty nasty crimes. They're turning them into, see who's undocumented in a kitchen somewhere.
Exactly right. And I in terms of like the popular sentiment about this, I already see the story kind of fading. And I think in part that's due to the fact that Trump is deploying J.D. Vance for in the keeping with in the tradition of Biden giving the vice president all of the unsavory tasks, is trying to get sending him out there, and he just doesn't have the juice to kind of manufacture consent for the vengeance that they're talking about. But Trump doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. I mean, he was asked about how he's holding up about his death, and he talked about the construction of the White House ballroom.
Look at those trucks.
Yes.
Look, it's been a rough week, but nothing.
And
nothing picks you up like a nice new ballroom, okay? Have you ever smelled a new ballroom? It's glorious. Right? I'll pick you up from anything. Right? You can murder your own grandmother. You see a new ballroom, everything better.
Be cheap here, folks. And then he skipped his Kennedy Center vigil as well. The Republicans, their turn towards authoritarianism is extremely reliant on Trump using the bully pulpit. And I don't think he's doing it very effectively in this case. So J.D. Vance has this task, and he's a charisma vacuum, and no one cares what he has to say. But the guy that's closest to Donald Trump is Stephen Miller. And there was a great piece in Rolling Stone I'll read some excerpts from, basically showing that he's the shadow president on all of these matters. And he's a legitimate Nazi. So he was the guest on the Charlie Kirk show, hosted by J.D. Vance, the vice president. And this was what he had to say about, what the plans are after this killing.
What emotions I'm feeling right now, and this is something people say, I mean, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion. But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to up.
Stephen Miller talking about channeling anger just gives me like a vision of Alex Jones doing some sort of Dragon Ball Z style power up.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
And dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
you got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
Hurry it up, Stephen. Come on.
Organized riots.
Would you move it along with your creepily detailed telling of your fascist plans? Can we sort of nutshell this thing?
Networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So
You got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
The organized
Wrap it up, Stephen.
campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger, incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thanks, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest.
Great mic work. I mean, they all want to be podcasters. What? It's Ted Cruz now wanting to be a podcaster. It's now, I guess, JD Vance, and we have a podcaster who's the head of the FBI.
The hours are nice.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I mean, right, especially if you just go up there and just shoot the shit and don't care if you're saying anything true or not.
Well, I mean, come on, we know Republicans don't want reality.
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
We all know this intrinsically. That's why we have a sound shot for it. It's not like we just found it somewhere on the internet. It was literally Republican Markwayne Mullins of Oklahoma
I don't want reality.
who said that on that fateful day in Congress. He also, I mean, Markwayne is he's a clip champion. It's always saying strange things.
Give me a joke.
Give me a joke.
I don't want
I
reality.
don't want reality. He's a strange, they're strange people, you know? All right, let's go back to the IHIP ladies. Talk about more of the ridiculous and insane and authoritarian plans.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
They're talking about on this
very frail and weak
special,
president
very
with
special
extreme-
episode of the Charlie Kirk pod. Special Orwellian episode.
A very frail and weak president with extreme cognitive decline, whom we refer to as kanks. You guys, we are entering into a new area of this fascist takeover. And the president of the United States and everybody surrounding him are exploiting the murder of Charlie Kirk. And they immediately started coordinating their messaging and saying they killed him. They need to be silenced. They need to be incarcerated. And they are priming the public right now. They are priming us to not look at Epstein, to not look at Russia, to not look at all of these other problems, a failing economy, rising inflation.
Russia.
They are priming the public right now
Epstein.
to erode civil rights. And let me just play some clips.
Why does everyone want to talk about still talking about Jeffrey Epstein and the Russia and Jeffstein, the Jeffstein hoax? That's what I'm going to start calling it, the Jeffstein hoax. The Democrat-led Kamala and Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
I'm staying in the race.
They were doing it. They did it. They made it. They got all those victims. They're fake victims. Everything's fake.
Play the first one.
Ice, it's got whatever it is, and they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take.
Buy a new vehicle. The second it comes off the lot, immediately dinged up. People keep attacking the vehicles. It's very nasty. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture. If somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want.
Jesus said, turn the other cheek. Christian nationalist president Donald Trump says, actually, punch them in the face.
Jesus, I say that.
I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a they're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4.
These professional paid agitators, nasty women, nasty spitting.
The other night, all in one group, total phonies, that started to scream when I got into a restaurant, oh, you know, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards.
Why are you upset about Palestine?
Right? With the Abraham Accords and everything.
I have great plans for Palestine. I can't believe you still bring up the Abraham Accords. Like they're at all relevant right now. They were supposed to maintain peace in the Middle East. Do we have peace right now? No. I did the Abraham Accords. It was great. It's great. And you're mad about Palestine? I have great plans. We're going to ethnically cleanse it. It's going to be cleaner. Look, you like Palestine so much, it's going to be clean. It's going to be ethnically clean from river to sea. Okay? Palestine will be clean, ethnically speaking. And there'll be great hotels. Trump hotels. You're going to love it. Everybody's going to love it. Palestinians can come on vacation sometimes and see their old home and be like, ooh, wow, it's a lot nicer here now.
But a woman.
So much to unpack there. Number one, he's doing a great job with peace in the Middle East when Benjamin Netanyahu just bombed his BFFs that gifted him a PJ. Number two, the whole thing when I saw the code pink in the restaurant, you guys, that is a Secret Service failure. And I can't help but think, how does a sitting president of the United States get 3 feet away from protesters? These are the optics that they're all creating. Look at them. Look at what they are doing. And then he's talking about police being able, when they spit, you hit.
I mean, president gets that close to protesters because just out of the blue, they decided to go out on the town with no advanced preparations. You know, he's the goddamn president of the United States. You know, but it's a complete and utter just insane levels of incompetence, and really it's just rough it's just they're just running like it's sort of just what's the word, it's like roughshod, just sort of like happenstance. Like everything they do just seems to be like they don't calculate. There's not a lot of calculation going on in much of what's being done. Like all the calculations came before 2025. Like Project 2025 was all of the pre-calculations that are getting done by this administration, and happened before he became president, right? Like, like all the plans that they've put together pretty much happened before any election ever happened. They're not really thinking through anything new that they're doing that's not in the book. Without Project 2025, they're basically just left to their own devices, and that, as we have seen, has been, you know, certainly problematic as Project 25, but in a different way.
Drag queen, smoky eye sociopath who we refer to as Little Smokey. Here he is. He substituted for Charlie Kirk's podcast yesterday. This is what a sitting vice president of the United States is saying. And I want you to notice the words they, and take notice about the implied erosion of civil liberties. Play the clip.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder.
Oh my
there is
God.
no unity.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. I guess we should deport Moms for Liberty and all the book burners then, because that's a fascinating statement. There's no unity with people who yell at literally, Republicans have been yelling at children and parents over politics at school board meetings for years over the existence of books. Like, really? Oh, can't have unity with people who yell. Can't have yellers? People who yell? Oh, you can't have yellers. How rude. That's incredibly rude.
Lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups...
Let's not forget that we still don't know the motive for the killing of Charlie Kirk. Right? They are continuing to push this narrative that we know the motive of the killer, of the shooter, right? Of the alleged shooter. Right? We do not know the motive. But they continue to come out and claim that this is a ideologically motivated killing, that the killer was in fact on the left, without providing any evidence. But of course, Republicans, which is really the people they're talking to, they don't care. They don't need evidence for their beliefs. A little magical thinking.
Funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death. Do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us?
I'm sorry.
By setting fire to the...
The incredibly regressive tax system that we have is benefiting the leftists, all the socialists. Oh yeah. Wow. Oh God, so the socialists have so much money. Oh God, all those Democrats, all those DSA members, all those goddamned wealthy business owning socialists out there. All these multinational socialist oligarchs. Oh, there's just so many billionaire socialists out there, and they're getting such great tax treatment. Oh, what are we talking about? Are we living in an alternate reality where somehow Republicans are not the party of big business? Not to say that Democrats don't take money from big business as well, but leftists, this insane suggestion that leftists are getting special tax treatment is fucking hilarious to me. That is wild. I've never heard of this leftist tax incentive. Could somebody please point to this in the tax code so that I may take advantage of it? I'd love some tax dollars. I mean, JD is saying that I should have at least. I mean, if he's not lying out of his ass right now, I've been missing this leftist communist tax deduction this whole time, and I'm kicking myself right now.
Built by the American family over 250 years. I'm desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
All right, everybody in the Democratic Party, everybody across the board condemns political violence. What he's talking about are some online people, some comments in the comments section.
Yeah, but this is like some extreme level of gaslighting and Arvo, reversing of victim and offender. You know, Republicans, right-wingers have been the vast majority of the perpetrators of political violence in this country. Just look it up. There are multiple studies on this. It's not hard to find this information. Although the government just took down a study that the government had paid for. That, in fact, backed that up. But
I don't want reality.
You know, we wouldn't want reality. Exactly, BCat. All this time I could have been swimming in cash, and I just had no idea. And I'm hoping that I can take. I'm hoping I can. You could you can refile your taxes. So I'll just go back and in what's it called? Not in perpetuity. In post, I will go in and I'll be like, oh, I got some changes I gotta make to tax year or whatever. And I'll just go back as far as I can. I'll get all those leftist, communist, Marxist tax deductions that we are entitled to, apparently. And that'll solve all of our financial problems. Now, if you would like, as a viewer, to help with a realistic way of solving our actual problems with the monies, do consider contributing on YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, or becoming a Patreon member. All great ways of helping to keep the stream alive if you are enjoying it. Now, one psychotic, technocratic, oligarchic creep on the internet has been going after someone you might be actually, you're probably familiar with both of these people, now that I think of it. Yeah, actually, they're big enough personalities. Have you heard of Elon Musk and Hassan Piker? Yeah? Wow, you're so knowledgeable. Well, you may not have heard of this. Elon has been going after Hassan, calling for his banning on Twitch, among other things. Not just Elon, though. All sorts of people going after Elon, going after Hassan, calling for him to be kicked off the social media platform Twitch, as well as other sorts of interesting calls.
Yeah, there's also this going on. There's an ongoing smear campaign on Twitter that has led to all of right-wing Twitter targeting Hassan. Yeah, this is something that I have noticed as well. I think this is the reason why I said I think Elon Musk wants me to be killed. Yeah, there is some very strange machinations on Twitter. In the past 2 days, a clip compilation of Hassan calling for violence in air quotes is beginning posted by right-wing accounts and has gone ultra-viral, millions upon millions of views. It was seemingly created by Tectone. It wasn't. It was created by a sex pest in the orbiter. I don't think Tectone even knows how to use editing software. Anyway, Dicktone posted it, who hinted at this. See first image, and it blew up and reposted by Right Angle News Network. Since then, Grums, Dan Saltman, Tectone, and the Quartering, Drew Pavlo, and other right-wingers have been spamming it. Some even saying that Hassan said these things after Charlie died. Elon Musk has replied several times. The compilation is a joke. The first one is him 3 years ago talking about Democrats needing to be better at debate rhetoric. He's being hyperbolic and is not meant to be taken literally. I know, but they clipped it in a way where it seems like I'm saying like the Democrats need to start killing people or something. The second is him reciting what some angry conservatives said in a voicemail to a Republican politician that made him resign. Hassan was highlighting the anger people feel with their representatives. There's also a clip of Hassan talking about the ACP and Fuentes, calling again, not for a call for violence, but they're banking on people not knowing what the ACP is and doing what they always do, taking his jokes sincerely. Regardless, this tricked most of the right-wing Twitter, who are all calling for him to either be banned, arrested, deported, or killed. These right-winger influencers either don't understand or do that when Twitch doesn't ban Hassan for these out-of-context clips, it might convince very angry people that violence is the only solution. They're putting a massive target on Hassan's back. There's one tweet, the very last one from Tectone, where he completely fabricates quotes from Hassan. He's as good as putting a hit on him with the one about Kirk. Yeah. As you can tell, it's like me with long hair talking about the Democrats and their inability to address Herschel Walker with like aggressive tone. Yeah, there's a longer clip, obviously, that Elon Musk replied to. And Elon Musk has been highlighting these like nonstop for the record. If you look at the context of it, it's very clear what I'm saying. I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the is this shit, man? Slice them up. Slice them and dice them. What the is this? You know what's really ironic about this, by the way? I defended Donald Trump when liberals were attacking Donald Trump about the Liz Cheney comments. The argument there is not about like, you know, putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad and killing her. what he's obviously contextually trying to say is that, like, Liz Cheney would be singing a different tune if she actually was personally involved, as in if she actually was forced to, you know, serve in the military.
You cannot have a
Oh, son of a bitch. My fucking mic was muted.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I was just talking about how Hasan is an ideologically consistent dude who, you know, defended Donald Trump. And now right-wingers are not willing to give him the same grace in a very similar situation with regards to rhetoric being used. Stomach Club with a sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 3. AOC, where you at? I am muted. Yes, I know. I see that. I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Fairly certain I fixed it. I'm not muted. Well, you're all behind. You're all way behind me.
bigger layup. You could not have had a bigger layup than a horrible candidate like Herschel Walker. Sure, he was prepared very well, and Herschel Walker actually had a good an advantage. He had the same advantage that Joe Biden had. What is that advantage?
I'm staying
It's
in the
low
race.
expectations. When you are expecting Herschel Walker to go up there and drool, and he actually doesn't drool all of a sudden, everyone's like, wait a minute, it's pretty good. This guy's actually outperforming our expectations.
I'm talking about debating. I'm talking about Democrats needing to be more vicious in the realm of debate. It is a utilization of metaphor. Republicans only took the first half of that, and they said, oh, Hasan wants to, like, kill people. Hasan wants Democrats to start stabbing people and killing them. It's very... No, you are clearly talking about physically slicing humans. Yeah. My expectation is that Nancy Pelosi start killing people. That's what they think.
Exactly what happened with Joe Biden. But beyond that, he was not capable of crafting sentences. I cannot believe that the moderators routinely allowed him to get away with not answering the questions.
I'm going to give you one, like, universal example of this. When people when people are cynical actors, when they're like operatives, it's like if I were to say, I'm going to f your mom, and then someone on the opposing side goes, wow, I can't believe Hasan has issued a rape threat against my mother.
Illegal.
Right? That's not what that is. That's not what that is at all. And everybody understands that. But if enough people actually cynically farm outrage, then you can turn something that is clearly not intended in that, not intended to be received that way.
Yeah, if we just say a fake thing about something, if we just clip something and post it enough times, it'll become true. It's magical.
To turn into that. I'll give you a political example of this with Donald Trump. There have been 2 instances where liberals took what Donald Trump was saying and made it seem as though he was actually, he was not speaking figuratively, but literally. One was with the Liz Cheney thing, right? And even my audience yelled at me for it because I defended Donald Trump's usage of the terminology, where I said he is saying that Liz Cheney is a chicken hawk, that she would not actually go out and fight these wars, but instead would send others to fight these wars at her behest.
At this juncture.
I defended Donald Trump in that regard because it wasn't even defending Donald Trump. It was defending the truth. It was defending the usage of a metaphor. Another instance where this happened was when Donald Trump said it's going to be a bloodbath or whatever, and everybody jumped on that, right? Everybody does is everybody claims they hate cancel culture, but they love utilizing cancel culture when it suits their purposes. Everybody loves talking about how they love free speech, but they always love to stop free speech from happening.
It's a... Yep. Republicans spent years, people on the right, talking about how cancel culture was a scourge on society and was a terrible thing for anybody to do. And in many cases, they claimed it was against the First Amendment. Even though we adamantly said technically the things that you're talking about aren't really First Amendment stuff because no one's being prosecuted for it. Now, of course, the Trump administration is claiming to want to prosecute people for their speech. So I guess we'll see whether or not it actually gets to that level. But they certainly have embraced the cancel culture of it all in a way I think is perhaps shocking to some.
Check Hasan's stream title. He's so happy. What is it? Houthis show the limit of the Iron Dome. I'm gonna be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban them. I do.
And of course, there is once again
Asbin Gold claiming to have been reasonable about anything I find hilarious. I mean, I guess he's been incredibly reasonable about showers in terms of, you know, being very laissez-faire about when he's taking them. But beyond that.
And a step beyond that as well, a step beyond metaphor as well. How do you feel about Elon's remarks against you? I don't like them. I don't appreciate it at all. But unfortunately, the owner of this website that I'm on, Twitter, has deep resentment for myself. So I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do really other than just, continue existing in this world. The more resentful he becomes, the more insane he becomes. The more insane he becomes, the more he tries to agitate. You all realize how big of a deal this is, right? Elon Musk is directly calling out Amazon, Twitch, and Hasan. Something is probably going to happen finally. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay and promote someone he's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. It wouldn't be okay, which is why I haven't done that. You might like are insane Bill Gates, Andrew Tate, and SpaceX. I mean, come on. The website is busted. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's fomenting race riots in the UK. It is odd.
Seriously. Did anybody hear what fucking Elon... Is that AI? This looks AI to me. I think this is AI. Fairly certain. But the things that Elon Musk, he literally basically said, violence is coming soon. He's like, prepare yourselves for violence. War is coming. That was the kind of language that Elon was using at the fucking UK Unite the Kingdom rally that Tommy Robinson had held at London. But it's insane. I mean, everybody, we gotta cancel Hasan. Can't have Hasan out here. People saying, yeah, he's got to get banned. Ban Hasan. Cancel Hasan.
Almost says yes. And the Hasan Piker calls for violence on Nick Fuentes. And that was me literally saying Nick Fuentes should debate the ACP guys. Like, that's it. That's all I said in that clip that they're talking about. I was like, I don't want to deal with Nick Fuentes. Let the ACP guys deal with them. Let them fight it out. Like, in terms of debating, which is really funny because these guys are also simultaneously saying that, you know, Charlie Kirk was a beacon of free speech. Well, guess what? I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. So clearly that's, you know, not something that I'm against at all. Hassan Parker called for Jackson Hinkle's group, American Communist Party, to go out and kill right-wingers one day before Charlie Kirk was killed. Again, Drew Pavlov. Interesting. I thought that guy was a liberal. Hassan, we need to kill all landlords of the road soaking their capital's blood. If you want to fix America, you should kill Rick Scott. Charlie Kirk, guys, you know someone's got to do it. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Hassan, wow, this is horrible. And can't believe this happened, guys. I don't condone this. Pretends to cry.
By the way, Hassan never told anybody to literally kill Rick Scott. It's fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
And I've never heard of this guy, Tectone. But he seems a little unhinged, if you ask me.
Of engaging in metaphor, that's just never the case. They are unable to engage in metaphor. They will never be able to engage in metaphor. He must mean everything literally, right? That's what they do all the time. And that's precisely what's going on here as well. Like, I'm very clearly talking about, in most of those clips that they clipped that are like, 10 seconds long usually, I'm either talking about a metaphor in which, like, what Democrats need to get more aggressive in debates, or talking about how, Nick Fuentes, I'm not going to debate him, but, let ACP deal with him. Like, let ACP, the American Communist Party, debate him. Or talking about how, like, there's so much discontent that people are unafraid to say their government name when they're, like, directly issuing a death threat to sitting congresspersons. And they turn around and say, this is very obviously like a direct call to violence. And it's funny because it's like from half of the clips are from like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. One of them is like from 7 years ago. Talk about the kill Rick Scott stuff. I have a video on my YouTube page if you want to go find it. That was yet another instance where like Republicans were manufacturing outrage and misconstruing my words. I mean, like I said, all of those things I've addressed a million times over. You should make a YouTube video of you just addressing and shattering all this fabricated nonsense. Should I?
That is fucking hilarious. Should I? That's a fascinating take. In the middle of Hasan, literally going through every one of these, a brilliant chatter comes in with a subversive chat. Hey, you should do the thing that you're currently doing right now. I don't know if you thought of that. Now, it's not just Hasan whom the right is calling for the canceling of. Oh no. They're calling for the canceling of everyone, as we've been talking about. Everyone and anyone who's ever said anything mean about Charlie Kirk. The president himself calling for it. The vice president. Their chief of staff. And it's been happening. People being fired from their jobs for saying things about Charlie Kirk.
Yesterday at 5 p.m., I was fired from my job for posting a video saying I don't care about Charlie Kirk's death. That was my job. That was like, wasn't really just my job, it was like my identity too. Like that's been my whole career.
Some American workers have had their jobs placed on the chopping block after publicly mocking the assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah on September 10th.
I'd like to point something out.
After the shooting, graphic video footage.
Saying you don't care about Charlie Kirk is not the same thing as mocking Charlie Kirk. Are we really living in this authoritarian world right now where literally just if you don't care about Charlie Kirk, you have to have I just want you to think about this. This is literally the thought police. This is some thought police. This is Minority Report shit. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. The precogs told us that you don't have genuine feelings for Charlie Kirk. Aww. And I'm afraid to say that since you don't care enough about Charlie Kirk, a man who you most likely never met, and if you did know about him, probably had feelings about his politics one way or another, well, that means this.
Right to jail, right away.
Immediately jail. Lose your job. Whatever it is. It's fucking insane. This is fucking insane. She said, I don't care about Charlie Kirk. How is that a fireable offense? Not caring about somebody? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Kirk's death spread online, along with cruel jokes about the right-wing influencer.
I mean, I'm not saying I wish death upon someone, but that's what I'm f***ing saying for this motherfucker.
A number of American companies have sacked their workers, from Delta pilots.
Okay, so this woman over here was fired for reposting her singing a song from, I think, Chicago? Was that Chicago just now? I'm sorry.
I mean,
how is this a fireable offense? How is reposting Chicago? How is posting a video of you singing Chicago a crime?
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
I mean, I'm not saying I wish death upon someone, but that's what I'm f***ing saying for this motherfucker.
A number of American companies have sacked their workers, from Delta.
Exactly. This is exactly what is happening, Schmegley. You are charged with insufficient grief. How do you plead? I mean, it's insanity. This is the full-on thought police. It is like, you are not adequately grieving. You've been accused of not enough grief. Talk about witchcraft. Like the witch hunt. Like, this is the witch hunt. Okay? Oh, we have belief that in your daily life you have not been grieving enough for Charlie Kirk. Have you said have you done your Hail Charlie? Have you done a Heil Charlie today? No, you haven't done a Heil Charlie? Well, then jail.
Right to jail, right away.
I'm sorry, you haven't made a plush toy with Charlie's face on it to sleep with and hug to comfort you throughout the day? Well, that...
Right to jail, right away.
Pilots to MSNBC pundits and public school teachers after they were found mocking the disturbing assassination. In a social media post, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said that American Airlines pilots who were caught celebrating the assassination were immediately grounded and removed from service.
This is insanity. The Secretary of Transportation celebrating American Airlines firing, or not firing, but stopping pilot, literally not letting pilots do their jobs over claims that they were celebrating an assassination. In fact, but the fact is
Delta Airlines also suspended a number of employees after they shared
most of these videos have not been actually celebrating.
Social media posts that went well beyond healthy, respectful debate.
Oh,
Republican
no.
Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee called for a middle...
How dare you not maintain healthy and respectful debate? Oh.
Illegal.
Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate. Zero sympathy. The university told CNN the employee fired effective immediately.
Wow. So they fired this woman for saying Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate, zero empathy. Once again, this is do you plead not having enough sympathy, not having enough caring for this man who you didn't know personally, whose only existence you were literally the only reason anybody knows Charlie Kirk is for his politics, right? His politics, which included saying that people deserve to die. Well, not deserve to die, but that America had to allow some people to die every year so that we can continue to have guns.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
So he literally did speak his own fate into existence. I don't know how, there's no other way to put it. This is just accurate. This is just an accurate accounting of Charlie Kirk's life and also demise. The way in which they were both intrinsically connected. He spoke on behalf of the killer. Charlie Kirk today, if he was alive today, I know that he would come out and reiterate his own past sentiments that, you know, if we want to continue to have our constitutional right to have as many guns as we want in this country, the people got to die. That was his own belief. People who don't like that don't like reality.
I don't want reality.
That's what Charlie believed, and by disagreeing with that,
The university
you are besmirching the good name of Charlie Kirk, of course.
CNN, the employee was fired effective immediately. GOP Rep Nancy Mace of South Carolina also called for the firing of a public school teacher who posted online that America became greater after the assassination.
This is just full on McCarthyism.
Posted online that
it's just full on McCarthyism. If you don't adequately mourn our favorite extremist right-wing content creator / political activist, then, you know, like, if Greta Thunberg dies and these people don't come out and hold a goddamn vigil for Greta Thunberg and put all the flags at half-mast, I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay? You know, if Noam Chomsky dies and they don't go out there and praise his name and everything he stood for and don't provide us with adequate evidence of their great remorse and sympathy, I'm gonna be very upset. You know, I could go down the list of leftists who, if they die, I am going to come out and say, where are the candlelight vigils? Where are the flags? And why are they not at a half-mast?
Later, after the assassination, the district later told local news that the teacher was no longer employed with the district. MSNBC analyst Matthew Dowd was axed from the network after he seemed to imply, just moments after the shooting on air, that Kirk's awful words led awful actions to take place.
And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Oh, how dare he say that? How dare he say that?
At a Michigan store was fired after allegedly refusing to print flyers about Charlie Kirk for a customer. The
Not
company
gonna
called
do
the
it. Wouldn't be
incident
prudent at
completely
this juncture.
unacceptable and insensitive.
So, unfortunately,
so if they say they don't print political propaganda.
Yeah, and she's a hero. She's a First Amendment hero. You know? It's her right. It is her right. Okay? They don't have to. This is a business. Businesses don't have to engage in political speech. Okay? First Amendment. Businesses have the right to engage in the First Amendment or not. And it is their choice. Just like those cake ladies. Remember the bakers who refused to bake cakes for gay couples' weddings? Same thing. Same basic deal. Complaining and having Republicans complain about this now, after literally spending years trying to make it so that bakers wouldn't have to make cakes for gay weddings, to come out now and get upset about and try and cancel people for not printing flyers for them. I'm sorry, no sympathy here. Get over it. Unless you'd like to revisit that cake case. which I'm all for. Hey, you want to talk about the cake case? You want to talk about how we should maybe make that that bakery bake that cake? I'm all about it. Let's do that. Let's have that. Let's have that discussion. But you guys literally just got done spending years telling me that businesses have the right to refuse service to whomever they want. Even if it's for their ideologies or their identities. So we're going to have to pick a lane, Republicans. I'm just going to say that to you right now. You're going to have to pick a goddamn lane. Because at this point, you're all switching lanes so frequently on things, whether it's this, whether it's free speech, whether it's being tread on, or, protesting against the treading on, or if it's wanting the Epstein files or not wanting the Epstein files, wanting to go after the pedophile, or actually maybe the pedophile should be president. I don't know. But yeah, you guys keep switching lanes so much. It's getting really, really difficult to keep up with you. Gonna need you to pick a lane on at least a few things so we can actually have a reasonable, discussion. Society is gonna collapse if Republicans can't figure out what the fuck they're doing, since they're in charge of the government right now. Let's keep talking about
normally
people
when a
getting
civil rights
fired.
leader dies, their supporters spend days reciting their greatest quotes and preachings. So it's notable that the right has devoted the past 2 days to trying to get the Olive Garden waitresses fired for critical TikToks while avoiding his body of work. It's true. That's something I noticed as well. Why aren't people loudly and proudly talking about the things that Charlie Kirk was saying and the things that he was believing? Perhaps it's because right-wingers are also a little ashamed of their worldview. Like deep down inside, they kind of recognize that it's not, the best.
But in the wake of Kirk's death, online fury indeed, and swift reaction to it. 2 faculty members at East Tennessee State University, among several in academia facing backlash, placed on administrative leave following complaints about their online comments. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis' education commissioner issued a warning to teachers making disgusting comments.
Wow. Decrees from on high, thou shalt not criticize my favorite political influencer. If you do, you might lose your job. Sincerely, the U.S. government.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That sounds like a First Amendment issue. This is the U.S. government doing this. Ron DeSantis and the Florida's government doing this. This now goes past cancel culture. That's First Amendment grounds issue. That is not. This is beyond. This is absolutely beyond cancel culture in this particular case. Firing teachers for their politically held beliefs would be a massive violation of First Amendment rights. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that the goal, we are less than an hour. We have 50 minutes to complete the goal right now. And we are at 3 of 10, only 3 of 10.
The shooting. Writing in a memo, I will be conducting an investigation of...
This is literally what Republicans, once again, used to complain about the quote-unquote left. Liberals and leftists, cancel culture, free speech. They hate it. And it's so interesting to me. On the one hand, they're like, Charlie Kirk was a free speech icon. While on the other hand, they're just like bashing you in the head with this inconsistency where they're like, how dare you exercise free speech against a free speech icon like this? We're gonna cancel you. Like, how? It doesn't make any sense. I've seen so many interesting takes online about this where people will be like, people just say shit that I would never say because they're like, oh, we should do a free speech circle at every college campus in honor of Charlie Kirk. And then someone will quote retweet it and say something that I'm not even going to say out loud because I don't want to get clipped because everybody's trying to hook me. But it's so strange that like people are like, they made a doxing website, like Canary Mission Israel style doxing website to identify anyone who hasn't like sufficiently mourned or grieved Charlie Kirk, and they got 20,000 names and their addresses and shit on said website, and they're claiming that these people actually contributed to Charlie Kirk dying. Hi, my name is Rachel. I'm first on the website, and the North American far right is using target people to celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. There's one problem. I never did that.
I already told this story to Wired, but let me tell it to you now in my own words. Because for the last 2 days, I've been getting messages like this nonstop, claiming to know where I live and saying they're coming for me. Now, what did I say to deserve all of this? Let's go to the website and read the screenshots that they...
I gotta say, you have to be a real conspiracy-brained fucking weirdo to think that 60,000 people had anything to do with this. Like, contributed to the murder? In what way? We don't even know if this guy... It's not clear that this guy told anybody ahead of time. It is not clear at all. And it's not even... It hasn't even been proven that the person they have in custody right now is the murderer. But just granting them that for a second just to engage in this discussion. Like we don't know that this guy had any political motive, that he had anyone that he was telling about his plans to kill Charlie Kirk ahead of doing it. It's possible that the only person that contributed to the killing of Charlie Kirk was Charlie Kirk and, allegedly Tyler Robinson.
Of me celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. I said I was terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless of who actually was behind the initial shooting? That analysis came from the fact that I am an experienced journalist who has extensively covered right-wing extremism. That's also why, by the way, a lot of people hate me and want to shut me up. Then things got even worse when I got a DM from a friend of mine telling me about this website. She sent me the link, and at first I thought she must have sent me the link to the direct post about me on this website. But then I double-checked the link and I realized this was the homepage. My name was first. And then things exploded. The flood of threats turned into a tsunami. And as it escalated, I shared that I was scared. Then several...
I think I'm not a lawyer, but we got to get this woman a lawyer. And perhaps a litany of other people need to join in some sort of a class action lawsuit against this website and whoever put it up. Because that's fucking insane. They are endangering this woman's fucking life with this fucking nonsense, and also are slandering her, right? Like, this is libel. They are purporting that she, in one way or another, contributed to the death of Charlie Kirk, and I assume that there is no evidence to that whatsoever. And her not having enough fucking sympathy for Charlie. Oh, I'm sorry. Enjoy your pity party, but don't endanger the lives of people over this.
Massive American right-wing account.
And the fact is we are uniquely ill-equipped to deal with this moment. We have a man in charge of the United States government who has, on numerous occasions, called for violence, deflected when it came to violence of his own supporters, or just otherwise like supported violence from people around him, and has no interest in turning it down, right? Even though everybody came out and said we need to turn this thing down, the Trump administration has done the exact opposite. The Trump administration has done the exact opposite, and they've come out and they've claimed that half of the country is at fault for this, and are claiming that they're going to now weaponize the justice system against half of the country, essentially, for not loving Charlie Kirk adequately enough. And having the vice president come out and take the helm at Charlie Kirk's podcast and tell us all the exact same thing, that the government was going to be weaponized, that him, Stephen Miller, Susie Wiles, Caroline Leavitt, all these other people are going to be involved in a conspiracy, and is certainly out in the open, very flagrant government conspiracy to go after a particular group based upon politics without any evidence for the claims that they're making, that they are attempting to justify all of that on.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Hundreds of thousands of followers took a screenshot of that.
Bro, that is like, they proved her right, dude. They were like, yeah, wait till you see how right your initial assessment was, which is ironic because we're mad about your initial assessment. Well, okay, then don't prove it right, you psycho. The problem with this kind of behavior online is that they actually love crying as they hit you, you know? That's it. Do not go on that website. There's probably a bunch of different malware and keyloggers, IP trackers and shit on that website, for the record.
And shared it saying I deserved it without showing what I actually said. And suddenly I was like the face of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, even though that literally never happened. And it's made the last 48 hours of my life a living hell. Every single person who's ever disliked me is using this as a chance to get their pound of flesh. But this is the part I really want you to hear. It's not just me. There are tons of people listed on this site who aren't public figures, who have never dealt with this before, and I am terrified for them. Some of the posts on this website are private messages. People are snitching on folks in their lives. And if they've received what I've received in the last 48 hours, which I'm sure they have, this
is like 2016 Trump's first election. No, Republicans were never this. Republicans in 2016 were yelling at the liberals because the institutions were still like slanted in the direction of liberalism. This is a totally new phenomena. Republicans used to cry and complain about this kind of shit, where now they're doing it. It's the same as Republicans talk about cancel culture, or like for years and years saying like, oh, Democrats hate free dissemination of information. They hate free speech, while simultaneously turning around and being like, things are woke. Things are CRTs, things are DEI, we have to delete them. That is a real initiative to change American history, and it's a successful one. Just like when these guys go, Charlie Kirk was a free speech champion. How dare you use your free speech to criticize him in the aftermath?
How rude. Yes, how dare you use free speech, the thing that Charlie Kirk stood for, to talk about the things that Charlie Kirk said with his First Amendment right to free speech. That is incredible. That is the gall. How could you be so insensitive in this time?
This one is one of the worst videos of like the outrage that has been manufactured in the aftermath. New Arizona sports outlet Phoenix Sports has fired lead Phoenix Suns reporter Gerald Bourguet. I don't know how you say his last name. After you question why outrage over right-wing activist Charlie Kirk's killing was louder than outrage over school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Phoenix, in a statement, said the network takes matters involving violence very seriously and had parted ways with Bourguet to keep its community a safe place. Gerald Bourguet was not endorsing violence, but was urging readers to apply the same moral standard to all killings. He wrote, "To many of you who are more concerned with being..."
I love how, since Hasan can't figure out how to say this guy's name, he just says it in every possible way. It's incredible. Mr. Bourguet, Mr. Bourguet, Mr. Bourget, Mr. Bourguetti.
Plays. Gerald Bourguet was not endorsing violence, but was urging readers to apply the same moral standard to all killings. He wrote, "To many of you who are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on the principle to condemn hate, the network did not explain how his comments made Phoenix less safe." Bourguet's case joins a wave of recent fires and suspensions, including an MSNBC analyst, a FEMA employee, a Carolina Panther staffer, over commentary on Kirk's death. Explain to me how this is unacceptable. Political differences are not the same thing as spewing hateful rhetoric on a daily basis, and refusing to mourn a life devoted to that cause is not the same thing as celebrating gun violence. Just so we're 100% clear on that. He was a father. Half of y'all didn't give him a damn about doing anything to stop gun violence when the victims of mass shootings were literal children. And those kids weren't bigots spreading genocidal propaganda or a mindset he directly fed into.
Yeah, so this guy, if you missed what was happening, this guy Gerald Bourguet, who works for I think a Fox affiliated news station in Phoenix, Arizona. The one on the bottom is the original tweet, which is just him essentially posting something that Charlie Kirk literally said himself, and pointing out the hypocrisy. He's just pointing out hypocrisy, and then that, how dare you point out hypocrisy in this difficult time? You're fired. You're fired.
Is holy grail of ironies. If you're saddened by today's political violence, horrified by the video, or repulsed by my response, ask yourself why your reaction was different when it came to school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Truly don't care if you think it's insensitive or poor timing to decline the respect an evil man who died. Too many of you are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on principle to condemn hate.
A scientist connected to the school has been fired after posting about Charlie Kirk's death. Let's get to Local 10's Byron Tollefson. He joins us live in Miami with more.
Yeah, University of Miami's medical school calling this faculty member's comments unacceptable in announcing they're now off the job.
Wow.
A University of Miami medical school neurologist fired. The U of M confirming it terminated an employee.
Fucking insane. It's fucking insane. McCarthyism 2.0 has officially begun, everybody. We warned about this last year before the election ever happened. I never thought it would come this quickly and in this necessarily in this fashion. But here we have it.
All right, guys, so I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen cancel culture this out of control in my life. And all of it is coming from the right wing. All of it. The same people that were clutching their pearls and falling on their fainting couch and whining about cancel culture for the past 8 years. Now, all of a sudden, they are the biggest purveyors of cancel culture. So this is wild. Let me walk you through this here. So let's start with this. You have the vice president, J.D. Vance. He sat in for Charlie Kirk for his radio show. Now, that right off the bat is very weird that Charlie Kirk was, I mean, it's game, set, match on this point. Like, he was in a propaganda arm of the Republican Party and of the regime. That's what he was, which is why the vice president could just fill in and, the show is just like it would be on any normal day, right? So he fills in, and listen to what he says here. This is incredible.
Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say. But you have a role too. Civil society, Charlie understood this well, is not just something that flows from the government. It flows from each and every one of us. It flows from all of us. So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination.
If you see anybody, if your best friend says something nasty about Charlie Kirk, you call their employer. You report them. Okay? You call the Gestapo. We're going to call it the Charstapo. Okay? It'll be different than the ICE Gestapo. This will be specifically a political establishment, not relating to immigration. But you call it the Charstapo, and you rat on your fellow citizens. You might even make it like a bounty system, and you start paying people, for every tip that leads to somebody losing their job. Get $50.
Get involved, get involved, get involved. It's the best way to honor Charlie's legacy.
So if somebody says something about Charlie you don't like, try to get them fired, try to take away their livelihood, try to force them to live in poverty. That's what he's saying. That's the point. Now, meanwhile, would he agree if somebody said something overtly racist? Would he agree with left-wingers calling the employer and trying to get that person fired for saying something overtly racist? No, we know that's not the case because that's what a lot of the anti-cancel culture stuff was about 4 or 5 years ago. It's all about like, hey, you might not like what this person says, but free speech, right? And like what? They should lose their job because they hurt your feelings? Like, fuck your feelings, snowflake. That was the whole idea. Now, all of a sudden, they do a complete 180 on that point. By the way, he also says other things in this podcast which are just not true, or at the very least, there's mixed evidence for it. So one of the things he says is people on the very liberal side support violence at a higher rate than people on the very conservative side. Here's a poll that says literally the exact opposite. For people who have a favorable view of Trump, 20% are okay with political violence. For people who have an unfavorable view of Trump, 10% are okay with political violence. So it's double for people who are far right support political violence compared to people who are far left. All right, but I still got so much more to get.
Jeez, man, it's like the Republicans keep lying to us about things. Oh, God, who could have expected that? PB with a sweet, really I should say a sour super sticker. Little lemon lime action, getting us to 4 of 10 on the goal. Much appreciated, PB. Those two citrus fruits really love each other, don't they?
So here's Pam Bondi. She was doing, get this, she was doing the podcast of Stephen Miller's wife. Apparently Stephen Miller's wife has a podcast as her husband Goebbels rounds up all the undesirables around the country and shoves them into concentration camps. And Pam Bondi comes on and listen to what she says here. This is really incredible.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people?
By the way, yes, you're seeing that correctly. Stephen Miller's wife has brown skin as he rounds up brown people all across this country, even legal ones, even ones here on green cards or visas, rounding them all up, don't care about their legal status, but his wife has brown skin.
So we show them that some action is better than no action.
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech.
By the way.
And that's across the aisle.
This is so incredible.
By the way, while this Bulwark clip got like 800,000 views, I hear that this podcast got like 3,000. Like, nobody is watching this thing. It is like, what do you call it? Like, it is completely manufactured. Like, nobody's asking for this podcast. And she has like think about who she is. Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller. Like, she couldn't be closer to the halls of power. And for this podcast to be failing as badly as it seems to be, with all of the resources afforded her, access to literally the Attorney General, and this podcast with Attorney General Pam Bondi on it got 3,000 views. I have vids on this channel with 10 times as many views, technically. Although ever since we stopped doing the vertical streams, I feel like we've been sort of doing less than 1,000 views per stream.
Are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
This is so incredible for so many reasons, but the biggest one being, this has been like a rallying cry of the right for so long that there is no such thing as hate speech in this country. That because of the First Amendment, because we believe in free speech, there is no such thing as hate speech. In fact, who recognized that more than anybody? A guy by the name of Charlie Kirk. What? He said, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. She said the exact opposite. Guys, they are copying and pasting some of the arguments used by the wokest of the woke people that they claim to despise 7 seconds.
My God. It is incredible the level of hypocrisy that's going on right now. And the fact that Republican voters have a stomach for this much hypocrisy is truly incredible to me. Like, I honestly don't understand how you can possibly like make it through life and be able to just like slough off this level, like this level of Just blatant hypocrisy from your favorite people. The people that you elected into government. You're like, it's actually fine. No big deal. The same people who literally are freaking out about just a litany of issues. I mean, they get more worked up over books existing in schools than their elected leaders just being just insane hypocrites. And their favorite podcasters, and everybody really on the right now, just on every single issue that they used to care about. Remember the deficit? Oh my God. Republicans just made the deficit way worse. It's the deficit-loving, tread on me, First Amendment, my ass, hypocrisy good party, I guess. So that's what Republicans stand for now. All right. Now, shockingly, something has happened. I wasn't predicting it was going to happen. Honestly, I thought that Nick Fuentes would just sort of avoid talking about this too much, but I think this has become such a big story that Nick had no choice but to take a stance on this, and so Nick Fuentes has decided to take the stance that it's actually Hasan's fault that Charlie died. I guess it's a weird take, but better. I mean, I guess in terms of for Nick, it's a better option than, I don't know, it's me and my fans' fault for Charlie's death. Certainly more convenient than that.
Hasan Piker should be banned on Twitch and then deported back to Turkey. And before people on our site cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or R word on the platform, but you can openly incite murder against conservatives. Enough is enough. Nick Fuentes, who has fantasized about the assassination of Charlie Kirk on numerous occasions, is now taking up the mantle. Yeah, this is the other thing that I saw. I quote retweeted Elon Musk and said, paging Jeff Bezos. Since Hasan wants to claim that in the clip, which he told hundreds of thousands of Twitch followers to go murder people, was out of context, which I didn't do that. I just wanted to remind everyone that Hasan called for the assassination of Tom Cotton to his roughly 1 million followers. Now, even in this image that they're posting, you can see what is taking place. Here it is. Tom Cotton, I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic, take matters in your own hands to get them out of the way. Okay? That's a sitting from Arkansas. Straight up.
Oh my God. I missed this part of this somehow. What the fuck? A sitting congressperson posted DIY style like shotgun. What is that? What am I looking at? How is this not a literal crime? Hey everybody, if you have a problem with people using their First Amendment right to protest, shoot them.
You should do violence to protesters that are peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I guess Pixie also said the same thing. This post is funny because it perfectly illustrates the asymmetry of violent rhetoric from the left and right. A Republican senator is insinuating that people should kill protesters, but are demanding accountability from the content creator who is responding instead. And that's precisely what I said too. Elon Musk obviously retweeted this other Holocaust-denying, lolly-loving pedophile account. He's been doing that quite a bit these past couple of days. Okay, he said, paging at Jeff Bezos, why won't you listen to this pedophile Nazi and ban HasanAbi Piker? And then I quote retweeted it and I said, you're such a weirdo, man. And said the asymmetry of acceptable violence also exists in speech. Interesting that a direct call to action to violently take care of pro-Palestine protesters exercising their First Amendment rights by a senator is not seen as violent, as opposed to a meme schematic in the QRTs as a response. But that didn't stop there. Elon Musk, who is obviously a billionaire, who is one of the most powerful people on the planet, who has made it his life's mission now to possibly get me deplatformed, or maybe worse, was then highlighted by Nick Fuentes with a you, okay? Nick Fuentes, who is supposed to be a critic of Israel, who has said a lot more violent about Charlie Kirk than I have. I've not said anything violent about Charlie Kirk, as a matter of fact. I've debated Charlie Kirk, and I was slated to debate Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, has spent most of his career actively outflanking Charlie from the right, calling him a demon, calling him a fake Christian, saying that he's given his life to Satan, consistently talking about what must be done to Charlie Kirk, is now actively trying to take on the mantle for Charlie Kirk. Let's take a look at what Nick Fuentes has said about Charlie Kirk.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is. And so I look at what happened last night and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. You know, Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. Charlie Kirk is not an honest broker, not a conservative. He exists, and Turning Point USA exists to control the conversation. Charlie Kirk was totally unhinged, and I think the guy has Asperger's, so he might have trouble with that. It has to play into this narrative, has to play into the framing that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are not right-wing, they're not conservative. Obviously, there's a big opportunity to humiliate Charlie Kirk in front of the president's son and demonstrate to the establishment that he is not in control. So that one is going to be a big one. You know, this is stuff that we've been saying for years, that Charlie Kirk is a leftist, that Charlie Kirk is not a conservative. There's a real risk that at an organizational level, we will cause problems for Charlie Kirk.
I remember you trying to ignore this asshat for years, and now here we are having to bring his awful ideas into the mainstream. You think I'm bringing his awful ideas to the mainstream? His ideas are already mainstream by Elon Musk, who opened up the unlimited faucet of neo-Nazi sentiment on his platform that he owns.
Right.
That's just the reality.
It is laughable to claim that Hasan's the one who's platforming platforming Nick Fuentes while he's literally criticizing him, criticizing a video that's posted to X, a platform that hosts all neo-Nazi content on its site. I mean, it's insane. Really, it's more Hasan's fault for platforming Nick Fuentes than it is Elon Musk, who literally owns the site in whole, on which he allows Nick Fuentes to say whatever the fuck he wants to.
And obviously, now everybody knows who the he is. People know what a groiper is now, okay? This is the more damning video of Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes about Charlie Kirk, America First, August 11th, 2025. It's very possible the alleged shooter is a groiper at this point. I'm hurtling towards you.
Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job.
I saw a TikTok of a liberal-seeming black lady, okay, young, straight up saying that she's an America First conservative that loves Nick Fuentes and thinks I'm genuinely evil. And it one-shotted me. It one-shotted me because I just don't understand how you can find yourself in the audience of a person who has time and time again said that you are an inferior being. Like, I don't know. I don't understand how you do that. I don't understand how you find yourself there. Like, I'm not saying you should be a fan of mine, you know. If you don't want to be, you don't have to. It just does.
Whoops. Did not mean to
yourself there. Like, I'm not saying you should be a fan of mine. If you don't want
to. Okay, just want to remind everybody that we are at 4 of 10 on the Galactic content goal. 6 needed. With only 21 minutes left to complete it. Oh boy, that is some problematic math right there. I'm just going to zoom a little bit ahead in all of this.
at times showcase how dishonest Trump was, despite the fact that he rode Trump's coattails as well. That's where we're at. Do I know where this goes? I don't. I haven't really followed Nick Fuentes too closely. I don't know how much of a shrewd operator he is and whether or not he will actually reposition his commentary away from on Israel to basically become the administration's guy, because that's the one thing that I don't think the admin will allow. You can't go beyond like Tucker Carlson style narratives when it comes to speaking out against Israel. And Nick Fuentes certainly goes beyond Tucker Carlson. If you notice, Tucker Carlson will speak out against Israel in a way where he will speak out against Israel in a way where he won't ever turn around and be like, this is the Jews. This is the doing of the Jews. He will actually, if you...
Hold on. This isn't the part that I want. We already went over a bunch of the Groyper stuff before. I just wanted to cover the more recent stuff of Fuentes sort of coming after Hasan.
Shapiro, the original Never Trumper? Yeah, we hate Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro does not believe in America first. Yeah, he started the Never Trump movement. Ben Shapiro is a subversive. We don't want subversives in our movement. The ADL and the SPLC have thrown Nick under the bus too. We hate the ADL.
This was also the rally where Fuentes vowed to destroy the GOP. The reality of the matter is he's always flip-flopped with both supporting the GOP and then vowing to destroy the GOP. My point is, I mean, he's an opportunist. He has stayed consistent on one issue, that is hating Jews and hating Israel, for sure. He has gone back and forth on his support for Donald Trump, celebrating, taking credit for his victory. If you recall, one of his most viral moments that actually led to a lot of people like straight up coming to his house and was the "Your Body, My Choice." Are you trying to say that Schroeder was a Groyper? No, I'm not saying that. Although there are a lot of people who believe that. I am not a person that has entertained that. I don't know. My statement is, I don't know, okay? It's too soon to tell. I don't think it's likely, but it doesn't matter. The reason why I'm talking about this is because Nick Fuentes kind of feels like the shooter might have been a Groyper. And I know that for a fact because he immediately started disavowing political violence, which he had totally been in favor of. He, started talking about how, he has thoughts and prayers.
Oh, geez. I just realized I have to pause this. I just realized that we have hit 4 hours on this stream because I started the goal a little bit later than normal, which I guess gives us a little extra time. Automatically, less than 20 minutes to complete the goal. You can contribute by doing Cash Apps, PayPal donations, becoming a new Patreon member, donating on YouTube, of course, with Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. Doesn't have to be a $5 Super Chat or a $5 Super Sticker. It could be a $2 Super Sticker or a $1. I mean, really, I add them up. And I sometimes wonder if people avoid donating because they can't do $5, but they could do $1. I always add them together, so don't let that stop you. Anyway, chat, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this show. And while you're at it, do consider contributing, as without donations from space fams like you, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a whole lot of great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go to a Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on the stream. That's right. one of the break screens could host an avatar that you pick. All you have to do is tell me what you want your avatar to be, and that avatar could be at the pool hanging out with the rest of the patrons, or at the bar, the lake, or the street. That's right. You just become a patron, you tell me what you want, I'll make it happen. That's not it though. You could also get a shout out on the Patreon shout out like this every single stream. Get access to the secret Patreon Discord channel inside of the broader Discord server. Anyways, that's enough from me. Don't forget that you can contribute to the Galactic Deficit and the Goal 2 for 1 by contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. That beeping sound, which your ears in fact did just hear, was intended to alert you to the fact that the break is now over and the second half is about to begin. So prepare yourselves, get back in your seats, as the third half of the Galactic Stream is about to begin. Alright, well, unfortunately, during the break, we did not make any progress on the goal, which puts us in a very precarious position where the stream might end suddenly and unexpectedly. But for now, we're going to continue to push forward on this thing. 7 minutes left on the countdown timer for the goal. 4 of 10 currently completed. Let's go back to Hasan, keep talking about how people are trying to cancel him, specifically Nick Fuentes.
For Charlie Kirk, after spending his entire limited career trajectory on Charlie Kirk, presenting himself as an honest broker, a real right-wing actor, saying Charlie Kirk was a leftist, that he was pro-Israel, he was pro-Jew, Charlie Kirk was Jewish, all this So while I might not believe that the shooter was potentially a groyper, it kind of felt like he believed that.
Let's go! Destroy the GOP! 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 Destroy the GOP!
Now, let's not forget that these people are still very much aligned with Charlie Kirk's audience on so many things. It is on just a few things that they really have beef on. And sure, do they get extreme about how they voice that beef? Abso-fucking-lutely. Well, the reason why I bring that up is because it's a sea of MAGA hats, right? It's a sea of MAGA hats. And it would be almost, I think for most people, it would be difficult to discern between the two groups. But there certainly are some differences that are being made more and more clear due to the events as of late.
The GOP wants us to hold the line and vote for rhinos like David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler in the Georgia Senate.
And there are a million other instances of this, which is, I think, part of the reason why he was talking about how he didn't consider my initial assessment sufficient, claiming that I wasn't sufficiently grieving. But here it is.
It's my message to Hasan Piker and every liberal cocksucker like him. You better disavow this violence. You better cry like Dean Withers. And I don't say that, maybe that comes off like I'm humiliating him. Who knows whether that was sincere or not? I hope to God that it was. And if it was, you know what?
Okay, I take offense to him calling me a liberal. That's a bit fucked up. You better cry. Look at this little...
You'd better cry, Hasan. You know why?
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
You are not funny, Hasan.
You are not funny.
And you better take this super seriously. Everybody take the super cereal right now.
Booger eating manlet. This little man talking big game, talking big. You better cry. Well, I'm not. The f are you going to do about it, bitch?
Good on him. That's a good kid. And he said some nasty things about me. That's a kid with a conscience. He said, I don't think we should kill people for disagreeing. Is that divisive now? He had to apologize for weeping that someone he knew was murdered. That kid has a conscience. I have some faith in that generation. Here's my message to Hasan and all these smug, glib liberals like that.
Yes.
If you cannot, if you will not disavow this violence, we will have no choice but to consider you as no different than the killers. That's complicity.
There's plenty.
You want to talk about complicity? I mean, even if what Nick just said was cloaked in a lot of vague language, if we could take what Nick has just said about Hasan and other people with similar opinions to him, right? People who haven't expressed adequate sympathy for Charlie Kirk, and describing them all as being the same as the killer, being complicit in the killing of Charlie Kirk, basically primes an entire audience of people who are already primed to act like vigilantes in their own life, to take it upon themselves when they see people out there in the real world not showing in their minds adequate sympathy for Charlie Kirk. The premise, all the premise that they need to, enact their own versions of political violence. Because if the law isn't doing what it ought to, and put these people who are complicit in the murder, the gruesome murder of Charlie Kirk, then, why not take it upon yourself? I mean, Nick Fuentes told me to. He said that they were complicit.
Illegal.
That's a crime.
Of Nick supporting political violence, yes, he's a neo-Nazi, of course. Once again, I'm more so frustrated with the fact that he's falsely presenting me as a liberal. I don't think that's appropriate, but older folks gonna eat that shit up. Yeah, he's just trying to farm the new wave of people who don't know his background at all. But it is funny because he is acting like he's gonna call the principal on me. Like he's like, "Yo, you better cry real tears, or else I'm gonna tell Daddy. I'm gonna tell Trump to come after you and arrest you."
You could be forgiven up until this point for being irresponsible. We all get heated. We all do it. I'm guilty of it too. It makes hypocrites of all of us. We murder each other with our words all the time, with our gossip, our slander. We overreact. We say things we don't mean. We get angry.
That's too much.
We harbor grudges and resentment, things that we should not. You are not funny, and that's not to excuse it. But the day that someone gets shot for the disagreement, if you can't bring yourself to show the slightest ounce of humanity to a moderate Republican who got killed for no reason.
I'm not sure which, if we are to accept that Charlie Kirk is a moderate Republican, then moderate Republicans think that the Civil Rights Act should never have happened. That all women should be fired from their jobs so they can focus more on child rearing and taking care of husbands, whether or not they have one. If they don't have one, they'll be given one by the government. But this shit is just fucking insane. To claim that Charlie Kirk is a moderate, I mean, you have to be such an insane extremist to claim that Charlie Kirk is a fucking moderate. But if he is in fact a representation of the moderates in the Republican Party, then the entire Republican Party is, oh wait, you know what? That's right, a regressive, white nationalist, theocratic political organization.
This is a moment we all recognize could set us down the path towards a civil war, could set us down the path towards unbelievable horror, suffering, bloodshed. If you can't bring yourself, even for the selfish sake of yourself or your own people or your own pathetic side, to show the slightest ounce of humility, of mercy, of magnanimity, benevolence, charity, then you will know better than the
One of the biggest loudmouths on the entire internet telling us to be humble. Wow. Incredible. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Nick. Now that you told me, I think I'm gonna check myself. I better find some humility over here.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The funniest part about it is that you did disavow Kirk's assassination. You just don't feel really sympathetic about the situation, but obviously it was horrible, so I don't know, you didn't cry enough, I guess? No, I did. I did disavow it. Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety? Yeah, no dude. What the do you mean? Of course, I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. And not only did I disavow it, but I also was traumatized by it for obvious reasons. But I don't think that Charlie Kirk is a moderate figure, nor one that was good for the overall collective consciousness or for political discourse in the.
Make me a sandwich. I love a nice sandwich. I mean, everybody loves a good sandwich, but nobody should be forced to make all sandwiches should be made willfully, right? Willingly and not under duress. Okay, all sandwiches made under duress are I can't think of the word that I'm looking for right now. They're genuinely oppression, though. That's
Help! I'm being repressed!
I know that much. That's a slave sandwich is what that is.
Country. Having said that, however, of course, Nick has to present it in this way because he is trying to shift the attention away from his fans that might have been responsible for doing this. Because here's the thing. I did not like Charlie Kirk. I did not agree with Charlie Kirk. Clearly, at least by Charlie Kirk's own assessment, I was not a violent threat to Charlie Kirk in the way that Nick was. There is a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to debate Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to mention Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why he didn't have an issue debating me, on the other hand, both in the beginning of our careers, but also we were slated to debate next week. One must ask the question why. The many years of Nick Fuentes presenting himself as antagonistic towards Charlie Kirk and stalking him with his groypers is the reason why Charlie did not want to actually debate Nick Fuentes. Or maybe he didn't want to debate Nick Fuentes because he was worried that Nick Fuentes would eat away at his market share. It could be a million different reasons. But I see this as a transparent effort to, one, rehabilitate his image, to present himself as a more moderate figure, with the hopes that he will get hugged and kissed by establishment figures in the Republican Party who either don't know any better or are not fearful of his agenda. And last but not least, a desperate attempt to shift the attention away from people asking, what is a groyper? Actually, what does that even mean? Why did they hate Charlie Kirk? Why did they actually...
It feels like the main reason for this. And honestly, I feel like you can see it on his face. He seems upset that he has to do this right now, that he has to come out and defend, not even defend, but actively like be upset with people for not being adequately contrite about the death of Charlie, when he, in fact, during his life spent so much energy and time going after Charlie. He's like, I know he's hating this moment, but he doesn't want to be blamed for this. And he doesn't want people to keep talking about the groypers, you know? It's like a secret society, you know, of racists. And the more people talk about it, the harder it is to keep saying the things that he likes to say. Okay, let's talk about some more people that they're coming after. It's not just Hasan, whom the right have come for. At this new authoritarian crackdown on free speech, at very least, insane wave of cancel culture that has begun this week in the wake of the death of Charlie Kirk, the latest victim.
Disney
and the ABC network are taking
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely. This follows a controversy over comments the late night comedian made Monday night about Charlie Kirk's suspected killer and the MAGA movement and their reaction to the assassination. Let's get straight to CNN's chief media affairs correspondent, Brian Stelter. Brian, what is going on?
That's right. This is fast developing this afternoon, Jake, amid pressure from the Trump-aligned FCC. And in the past few minutes, ABC confirmed to CNN that Kimmel's show will be off the air, quote, indefinitely. We have not yet heard from Kimmel or his representatives. That's how quickly this has been developing. But let's back up and look at what Kimmel actually said on the program that has caused controversy. This is from Monday night in his Monday evening monologue. Kimmel suggested that the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk might have been a pro-Trump Republican. He said, quote, the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. He said in between the finger pointing,
I don't want reality.
Kimmel was expressing what we've heard some other liberals say in recent days, that the motives are unclear and that maybe the suspect in this case was a Republican or was some sort of far-right fringe figure. Of course,
yeah, and how dare he do that? Who would come out without evidence and claim that this shooter is, of any political variety or belief system? What's that? Oh, the entire federal government, including the state governor of Utah? So the whole Trump administration has been coming out and doing exactly that? But when Jimmy does it, that's too much, though. That's
too much, man. That's too much, man. Come on.
I get it. I get it. So it's fine when the president does it, and Stephen Miller does it, and J.D. Vance does it, and Pam Bondi does it, and Kash Patel does it, and Governor Cox does it. When Caroline Leavitt does it, and Susie Wiles does it, and it's not okay when Jimmy Kimmel does it for some reason. It's weird. It's weird. Super weird. But I mean, I just want to make sure that we know exactly what he said. So I just want to pull this tweet up. Because they, for whatever fucking reason, CNN couldn't figure out how to put the graphic up. They don't ask me why. Why can't I? Did they try to wipe this thing off the internet or what? Oh, where is it? What the fuck? Is there really no photo of this goddamn tweet? How's that possible? And Jimmy Kimmel is a massive figure. There's literally no way. There's literally no way that it doesn't exist. The only way it doesn't exist if it was unless it was wiped from the internet. The only way it doesn't exist is if ABC just spent a bunch of money just removing it from the internet. I can't find it. I think they did. I think they went out and tried to scrub the internet of this goddamn tweet. They may have successfully done it. Was it not a tweet? No, it was a tweet, right? I can't find it. This is wild. Wait, it's a clip? Wait, hold on. Is this it? Honestly, this all broke right before the stream started, so, like, I'm still trying to figure this out.
Desperately trying to characterize those over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old...
What? This is what he... What did he say?
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political...
That's it? Is it just him saying that Republicans were desperately trying to frame this as being a leftist? That's just true. That is literally just true. That's all that he just recounted events with. It's, I mean, I struggled to even call it flowery language. Like, I mean, he just described what happened with words. Like how do you get upset about that?
Precision of language, please.
How is this man fired over the... I gotta hear that again. This is insanity. You're telling me this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from.
That is it. That's all it took to get this man canceled. This is insane. This is insane. He just described what happened. Literally all weekend, that's what Republicans are doing. They were scrambling to build a narrative that wasn't that this guy was a groyper, that wasn't that, oh, this guy was, a white Utah man. Literally, the governor of Utah, one of the first statements that he made included the statement, quote, not quote unquote, but I'm paraphrasing here, that Governor Cox was hoping and praying that it was going to be someone either from a different state or country with a different political ideology than the one, like, literally, it couldn't have been said more clearly. It could not have been said more clearly. This is verbatim what was going on within the Republican Party and in Trump's part, and in the Trump administration, was just a concerted effort to avoid this being like, this is, oh my God, this is what, I gotta hear it again because I'm still in disbelief. This is what he got fired for.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the...
And then he goes immediately to talking about, like, he's showing remorse and talking about people grieving. Like, I mean, to some degree, I mean, he does make fun of Donald Trump right after that, but I mean, so what? Oh, now we can't make fun of the supreme leader for not showing adequate grief? So Jimmy Kimmel didn't show adequate enough grief by showing the president not showing adequate enough grief? I mean, the president literally was like the next day, like, oh, I mean, hey, Charlie might be dead, but look at this ballroom. It's looking great. Looking nice. Too bad Charlie won't be able to enjoy it. But maybe Erica can come. It'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be like a nice replacement for Charlie. This is unbelievable.
There has been a lot.
And the fact is, I don't like Kimmel that much. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the biggest Kimmel fan, but he didn't deserve to lose his job for this. For this? Come on. We are literally living in an authoritarian regime right now in the United States. We went from, democracy with some struggles, right? But like a democracy, like an actual functioning democracy, to this in a year. In a year, we went from functioning democracy to chaos driven by a dictator. We are now living in a literal dystopia of an Orwellian variety.
About that in recent days. There's a lot of evidence pointing in other directions about the suspect. But Kimmel was on the air talking about this, making a very serious commentary amid his jokes in his monologue Monday night. Here's where it became interesting earlier today. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, went on a far-right webcast and condemned Kimmel and urged ABC to suspend him. He also talked about possible regulatory punishments of Disney because there are lots of different stations that have licenses with the FCC. Within the past hour, we've heard from a big owner of stations that have affiliations with ABC, a company called Nexstar, saying that they were going to suspend Kimmel's show on their station. So in other words, about 24 stations were refusing to air Kimmel's show tonight as a result of this controversy. And then following word that some of those stations were basically revolting against Kimmel, Disney, the parent company of ABC, decided to yank the show entirely. So that's all we know at the moment. We know that Kimmel will not be on the air tonight or for the foreseeable future because the network says the show has been yanked off the air indefinitely.
Brian, just to take one issue, your interpretation of what Kimmel said, I think, is the one that Brendan Carr had and the one that the individuals at Nexstar have. But what he said specifically was, quote, "The MAGA gang is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it." That can be read in several ways. That could be heard in several ways. It could also be it could also be argued he's saying that what the MAGA gang is doing is just trying to make sure that they don't have any ownership of it, not necessarily that this killer, this horrible person, was part of them. I mean,
I think you're making a very important point.
Yeah,
you're making a very important point. And let's take it a little bit step further. This was all on Monday night. Nobody seemed to notice this yesterday, Jake. This all erupted in the past few hours when the Trump-aligned FCC chairman decided to point at it. Now, I've heard from him in the past few minutes, Brendan Carr, thanking Nexstar for doing the right thing by yanking the show.
Wait. I think I'm missing the part of the detail here. But is he saying that Trump's new FCC chairman directed ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel?
He has not yet commented on ABC yanking the show altogether. A very important point. And let's take it a little bit step further. This was all on Monday night. Nobody seemed to notice this yesterday, Jake. This all erupted in the past few hours when the Trump-aligned FCC chairman decided to point at it. Now, I've heard from him in the past few minutes, Brendan Carr, thanking Nexstar for doing the right thing by yanking the show. He has not yet commented on ABC yanking the show altogether across the entire country. But let's remember that when Stephen Colbert's show was canceled over the summer, what did President Trump say? He said, next up will be an even less talented Jimmy Kimmel. It is clear that pro-Trump allies have been trying to target ABC over Kimmel for several weeks now, and tonight they've prevailed.
Yeah, Brian Stelter, thanks so much for that breaking news. Let's go right to the panel. And let me first start by showing, I wondered what was going on earlier today when I saw this pop up on Twitter. This is the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, on a far-right podcast talking about what Kimmel's comments were. Let's roll that tape.
You know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired.
When you have the FCC chairman talking about conduct, it makes it sound criminal. Is that what he's suggesting? That Jimmy Kimmel committed a crime?
Illegal.
By just bringing up facts, that there's a crime now? Is that what we're suggesting?
I think
Right to jail, right away.
You could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at.
Joe, are you comfortable with the FCC playing this role?
I don't think this is
I don't love
a legal issue. I don't think this can be pointed to the FCC or the Trump.
I love how he's about to go, I don't love it, and then he decided to mince his words. Oh, you pathetic little bitch. Joseph Moreno, former GOP strategist. By the way, he goes on and on about how actually it's all Democrats' fault that this is happening. And how Jimmy has just got bad ratings. I wonder where he got that from. I wonder where he got that one from. I wonder where he got that. So that's a good one. I might use that later. Hold on, I gotta tweet some stuff. I have a lot of things on my mind right now. Let me take to the very best social media platform on the internet. Truth Central. Look at all the great ads. Look how much money we're making. Look, ICE, check this out. ICE is paying for ads on my own media platform. I'm pretty sure that's legal. There's no crime here.
Illegal.
No crimes that I'm funneling money to myself. Okay, here we go. Let me tweet. Let me do some tweeting. Great news for America. The ratings challenged. Jimmy Kimmel, capital S show, all caps, canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has, all caps, zero talent, and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on capital F, capital N, fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. Do it. President BJT. I don't know. I'm not done tweeting. I'm not done. I got more truths. Look how many great ICE ads are on Truth Social. I wonder if that is at all illegal. Probably not.
Illegal.
Join ICE today. $50,000 signing bonus. Any money that's not used on paying me to run ads on Truth Social goes to great patriots signing up to ICE. Here we go. I am pleased to inform, this is 5 hours ago, I am pleased to inform our many USA capital P patriots that I am designating Antifa, all caps, a sick, dangerous, radical, left disaster as a major terrorist organization. New sentence. I will also be strongly recommending those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I love how Donald Trump still thinks that, and he's not the only one. Right? Like, many Republicans believe that Antifa is, in fact, an organization. It is not. It is not. It is an ideology, a very, loose ideology with people who are not at all affiliated with one another in any way, shape, or form. There's no hierarchical structure to Antifa, and no one's funding it. No, because there is no organization. There's no 501c3. There's no LLC. There's no NGO. It's not a political party. It's nothing. There's no one funding it. So So I don't know what they plan, what's going to come out of that investigation. It's going to be fascinating. But I can't get off. I cannot get off of this. Am I the only person that is like, we need to do it? Like, there needs to be a genuine investigation into this? Like, I'm sorry, but can we talk about this for a second? Like, how is this a thing? Let me just zoom out. How is this a thing? Please, can we talk about this? This is insanity. Look at this. Defend the homeland. Join ICE today. Featured ad. Defend the homeland. Join ICE today. Featured ad. Defend the homeland. Join ICE today. Featured ad. Join ICE today. $50,000 signing bonus. Featured ad. Join ICE today. Defend the homeland. Again, let's be real. Donald Trump, True Social is not doing this for free. How much money is Donald Trump and True Social receiving from ICE to run these ads? I would really like to know, because that's taxpayer money. Remember, ICE's budget just got increased to the level of most militaries on the planet, and now they're using it to run ads on Donald Trump's personal social media company, which he is the majority shareholder in. Defend the homeland. Join ICE today. Join ICE today. $50,000 signing bonus. Defend. Look. It's just, is ICE for days. It's just more. Look at it. How is this not a massive, massive violation of the Emoluments Clause? And of just like so many rules. Like, he's just funneling money to himself. How is this not a crime? And how are we not talking about this? Like, there needs to be an investigation in the House, in the Senate, on what the fuck just happened here, and how much taxpayer money just went to paying for ads going on to Donald Trump's social media platform. Like, think about that. What if Joe Biden had done that? What if Joe Biden did that? Oh my God, they would have lost their fucking minds. What if Barack Obama did that? Oh my God, can't even imagine. They would have invaded Fort Knox or something. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, they would have taken over the Federal Reserve. Like, the 3%ers would have like stormed into the Federal Reserve if Barack Obama had been funneling money from the Treasury through ICE to directly to himself.
We have breaking news. ABC has just announced here that they will be preempting the very well-known show Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely. That's confirmed by ABC, and it comes at a very tense time with many of the issues we've been covering tonight. There was a backlash on the right because Jimmy Kimmel, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, made the statement that he viewed, quote, new lows with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them.
Okay, I just realized the goal actually ended, officially over. I'm going to add a little bit of time to the goal and hope that we can somehow complete this thing together. We technically need 6, but I'm just gonna do it as 5. I'm just gonna do it as 5. All right, people, I'm giving you a whole hour for the final countdown.
And with everything they can to score political points from it, end quote. I've just read part of what Jimmy Kimmel had said, which includes what sounds like an inaccurate reference to the shooter. We've followed, of course, that case closely on this broadcast. Andrew Weissman, DOJ and FBI veteran, is here with me. And I kind of want to start with saying this is a pretty big piece of news when you look at the backlash or punishment of speech, something we've been covering. Also, I would say in a news broadcast, if that were on ABC, you would be probably expected to issue corrections or deal with any material that, deliberately or not, over time became inaccurate, right? I don't actually have the exact date of that statement. I just wanted to let viewers know that. And the FCC leader under Donald Trump had also publicly called for this outcome. So there's been both public but specific government pressure. Your reaction to this news?
Well, one, it's worth taking a pause because we will learn more about exactly what the statements are and sort of how this came about. When I hear this, I divide it very much as you said. What has the government done versus what has a private actor like ABC done? So first, with respect to the government, that's where it's exactly the conversation we were just having with Katie. The government needs to be really respectful of different viewpoints, even when you think that what is being said is inaccurate or deplorable or both.
Yeah, but the fact is this government in this moment, this Trump government, is incredibly emotional. The whole government, the whole Trump government knew Charlie Kirk, right? And part of that has to do with the fact that so many of them aren't actually government people. And so many of them came from like either social media influencing or just media in general, Fox News, or like were involved in like big money politics stuff. So they all just knew Charlie Kirk personally. So they're all personally invested. They're all emotionally, what's the word? Affected by this, but that's not the right word. It's compromised. They are emotionally compromised by their relationship with Charlie, and they're not thinking straight. They're just lashing out angrily.
And so that to me is the more problematic thing, where you'd want to know exactly what were they doing, because you really are not supposed to engage in sort of viewpoint discrimination. Now, a private actor is a very different story. The private actor is entitled to voice their opinions and what they have to say. But a company can also have certain, restrictions on what they do. But again, news organizations, they both have to be accurate. They have to be fair. They, as you know, from time to time will issue retractions and corrections. But also, news organizations should be the first to be defending the First Amendment.
Yes, and while we are just getting this is brand new. Yep. We know that Brendan Carr, the FCC chief, had talked about this and talked about potentially using government power and fines. He said they really should pull Kimmel. We've been covering what has been both the widespread condemnation of the terrible political violence connected to the Kirk shooting. At least the governor and others have discussed it in that manner. That case goes forward. But then you have the fact that Donald Trump has agitated against Jimmy Kimmel for years around the Colbert ending of that show, which the parent company said was a business financial decision. Trump darkly posted Kimmel is next. They have been feuding for years. And so.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. It's like ABC just fired Kimmel for continuing to do the thing that he's been doing this whole time, which is to fire at Trump and Republicans, and sort of milquetoast, but whatever ways that he comes up with over there, regardless of my feelings about the way he does everything over there, like, the fact that doesn't matter. Like, they fired this man for just continuing as the show had been going up to this point, where he's having back and forths almost with the president tweeting directly at him, and then him sort of responding to what's happening live on the show. All of a sudden now it's a problem because Republicans said so. Because we've started the witch hunt. We've started the McCarthyist trials now. McCarthy trials of 2025.
Even
begun.
For those who might be very justifiably concerned about any statement or misstatement about that violence or Kirk, how do you view this from the oversight perspective of whether or not?
And what's incredible about this moment is that they're not even going after communists. They're not going after socialists. They're just going after anybody who said anything that they just don't like. like specifically about Charlie Kirk right now. Whether that will expand in one way or another, who knows? But I just find it fascinating because I don't think anybody was accusing Jimmy Kimmel of being a communist. He's just a man who said, "Oh, Charlie Kirk." He said Charlie Kirk and didn't end the sentence with, "was a great American patriot."
Be reviewed for whether the government was trying to do the political bidding of the president to get rid of a critic.
Yeah, well, look, CEG, Lisa.
He's not fired. He's just suspended for now. Okay, indefinitely. The show. I mean, the show is canceled, effectively. At least that's how I'm reading it.
Cook, where that is exactly what she is saying, which is that she is being targeted so that he can control the Fed. I do think that it is important for the news to be able to cover whether somebody is politicizing a tragedy. And there may be a time and place for that discussion. It may not be appropriate to do right at the moment.
Dude, I love all these fucking civility trolls that are coming out saying, oh, there's a certain time to say this or that thing. The goddamn president of the United States, the vice president, the chief of staff, the head of the OMB, the House press secretary, all came out to target leftists on Charlie Kirk's podcast on Monday. Don't tell me about toning it down. There's a certain time for certain things. Tell that to the president. Tell the president that there's a certain time for politics, and in the wake of a mass shooting, or not a mass shooting, but in the wake of the shooting of someone who's supposedly their friend, how about you take a moment to pause and think about it, and said these people keep coming out like blaming, like, oh, actually maybe he deserved it. So I guess it's indefinitely pulled. I don't know what that means. It means it's not going to be airing. And it means that every minute, every day, every week that show doesn't go live, they're losing money. Because the studio space is sitting empty. But not empty, because it's filled with all the gear from the show. And some people are still getting paid. Which is almost a guarantee that the thing is going to be canceled very quickly. If they don't get it back up, they're just going to be losing money, just big money. Not just by not running the show. One would think. All right, let's see what Bernie Sanders had to say.
Today we heard from the former director of the CDC for the first time since she was fired, just 29 days after being confirmed by the Senate. Susan
Sorry, I forgot that they started this off with this. This is not what I came here for. I did not come here for Menares. Give me Bernie or give me death. Oh, right, but they talk about Menares for a second. Right? Yeah.
That popped up to me today.
Not only that, I mean, she told your colleague, Senator Cassidy, who, sort of hemmed and hawed and reluctantly voted for Kennedy, even though he's a doctor, and now seems to be having a little buyer's remorse, that they're going to change the childhood vaccine schedule, like for the whole country. And that book is already cooked, that the fix is in.
Well, we will see what happens tomorrow. Their meeting is tomorrow. But the idea that you fire all of the people who are on that committee and you bring in people who are vaccine skeptics is rather extraordinary. So what we are looking at, Chris, and this is the point that everyone has got to understand, every medical organization in America representing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of doctors, the AMA, the pediatrics people, the osteopaths, all of the major organizations understand the importance of vaccines. And you have people involved in conspiracy theory trying to undermine the trust the American people have.
I want to just read to you, this is Robert Malone, who is one of these individuals who has been appointed to this committee that is going to determine the childhood vaccine, the one whose recommendations were that Ms. Menarez was, or Dr. Menarez was supposed to just approve sight unseen. This is him watching the hearing today, saying the CIA trains people how to lie and manipulate others. That is a fact. Has she been trained to lie by our intelligence community? Like, this is one of the people that's going to be making the child vaccine recommendations.
What can I tell you? I wish I could tell you it's unbelievable. That is what's going on in Washington right now. This is the kind of person you have who will be determining policies to protect the health of Americans' kids. I mean, that's basically nuts.
Since I have you here, you have long talked a lot about the U.S. media, about how the media operates and controlled, and particularly its ownership and the threats that can pose to the free and fair expression of a range of views. So I have to get your reaction to the FCC commissioner directly threatening both local affiliates and Disney earlier today, saying we could do it the easy way or the hard way, and then subsequently both the affiliates and then Disney deciding to preemptively take Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
Look, I mean, you've heard me say this a million times. This country is rapidly moving
This
toward
is
an authoritarian
ridiculous!
form of society. In authoritarian countries like Russia and others.
This is fucking insane. So that confirms for me the way that they did it. They talked about it on that previous video. It was a little vague, but that makes it 100% clear. This was at the direction of Donald Trump's FCC director, who essentially directed media organizations to fire people. This is no longer cancel culture problem. This is this has absolutely become a real First Amendment speech issue. This is incredible. The people who claimed they loved free speech and hated cancel culture, within whatever 7 to 8 months, decided to embrace both. Truly incredible.
Take Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
Look, I mean, you've heard me say this a million times. This country is rapidly moving toward an authoritarian form of society. In authoritarian countries like Russia and others, Saudi Arabia, you do not have a media that is allowed to be critical of the government. Trump just, what was it yesterday, the day before, announced the $50 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. Today, the head of the FCC basically says, I don't like what this guy said, and we could take away your license. You better get rid of him. So this is just another step forward, and we have got to, some of us are working really hard to rally the American people, not only against this authoritarianism, but this war against the working class, the massive tax breaks for the rich, the cuts in Medicaid. People should be aware that as a result of this Trump's big, beautiful bill, your health care premiums, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, whatever, independent, could go up by 75% because they're taking away the credits for the ACA. Yeah. So, we got some crises. We're trying to rally the American people against oligarchy, against authoritarianism, against the war on the working class that we're currently seeing.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for making time tonight.
Thank you, Chris.
I mean, it's incredible. Republicans are doing all the things that they claimed to hate. Just one after the other, it would seem, in this administration. It's almost like they have no principles at all, aside from just blatant racism and hatred of the poor. Oh, right, and women. But yeah, I mean, Bernie is absolutely right. We're now living in an authoritarian dictatorship. It's official.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Here's the bleak view outside of ABC's studios outside of the headquarters. I'm sorry, no, this is outside of Jimmy Kimmel's studio right here. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Let's talk about another person who lost their job due to comments about Charlie Kirk.
The left is refusing to apologize for their disgusting comments following Charlie Kirk's death.
The left. The whole left.
Ousted MSNBC analyst, if you want to call him that, Matthew Dowd, is trashing the network for firing him after these despicable.
I love how like this one journalist, Matthew Dowd, represents the entire left, and he refuses to apologize.
Comments. Listen.
We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration. He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. You can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Yeah, have fun being unemployed, Matt.
Have fun being unemployed, Matt. Oh, burn, Matt. Burn cancel culture, Matt. How do you like losing your job? Haha, Republicans. Look at us canceling you. You like that? You like when we do cancel culture? We love woke cancel culture. You say something we don't like? Sorry, no First Amendment. Enjoy that, Matt. Watch me be extra glib about how you lost your job for saying something that was pretty accurate. The audio is low. I'm sorry.
Network apologized for the comments, but Dowd doubled down on his nasty rhetoric and is now accusing MSNBC of
how
catering
dare
to
he.
the quote right-wing mob. Paul Morrow.
How rude. Oh my god, they're melting. Oh, they're melting so hard. The snowflakes at Fox News are melting. Oh my god, we heard words that upset us. Oh, and thank God MSNBC came to our rescue and fired this man from his position. Otherwise, we would not have been able to continue to live on the same planet where words like that had been uttered. Because we were so offended. So offended. We were, oh my God. So triggered by these words. And of course, words are violence. If you say a word that offends somebody, that's violence, okay? You know, you say nasty words to somebody, that's hate speech. Okay? That's illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Immediately jail. Okay? I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. I don't have it in me.
Catholic school. You look at even, by the way, they went back to Minnesota. It was a Governor Walz appointee who committed that shooting against those two lawmakers. And then they still tried to blame Trump and the right. And Paul, this is the thing that really fosters a bad environment here for the country, because enough people or someone may believe that constant drone from the media.
Yeah, you know, and if you
literally, a media drone going, people might believe that constant media drone, that droning from the media, they might believe that, believing it, that the media, the droning from the media is real. Like, what in the fuck is going on, dude? You are literally the thing that you're criticizing right now.
Repeat this stuff long enough, it becomes a self-licking ice cream, as we used to say in the intelligence world.
Like, I don't know, saying that all leftists are responsible for this shooting without having any evidence for it. Just say, if you say it 10,000 times in a week, in less than a week, in a weekend, then maybe it becomes true.
Becomes true by default. And, you know, I just wish that some of the people who are saying these things would leave the coastal enclaves and come to where I am now. We've been broadcasting from on the campus here in Utah. These kids are beautiful kids, man. I mean, they're coming up to us. They're crying. They're holding hands. They're praying together. It is the absolute antithesis
Who gives a
of what's
shit?
being put out in the...
What does he say? The coastal elites need to come to Utah to see kids on campus? Why? What is that? What would that solve? I would love to know what this guy thinks that solves.
full areas of the social media. None of these kids came there with any animus or violence in their minds, including some of the kids that have talked to me that said they didn't agree with Charlie Kirk. But well, you know what the commonality is? It's really interesting. They're so well informed. They said that, but I didn't really agree with most of what he said. But you know what he does that I really liked? He was about the First Amendment.
Wow, these kids, they're so well informed. You know, they're so well informed. They know that Charlie Kirk, he just loved the First Amendment. Wow, they're so well informed. Charlie Kirk truly was a lover of the First Amendment. Fucking hell.
Really liked. He was about the First Amendment. They got the importance of the First Amendment. And you know what?
Give me a
that's
joke.
what's being lost here.
Is it
embracing debate and the exchange of open ideas? Wow, what a crazy concept.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox.
Embracing the First Amendment and open debate. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Let's talk about the First Amendment and, you know, what Charlie Kirk used the First Amendment for. Here's a choice example from Charlie. From a couple years back.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
If we just had more fathers and armed guards, that would solve it. That would solve the gun violence problem.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other. So that we can have every single year. Cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Get rid of the Second
That
Amendment.
is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So
It's completely rational, everybody. It's Charlie Kirk. You know? We as Americans must accept his death. Because if we don't accept his death, then we are accepting the potentiality of having the Second Amendment taken away.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
and more rights being taken away. Not just having a few people die. So Charlie Kirk dying is worth it. Okay, that's just Charlie's own words. He is one of the now statistics, one of the gun statistics that we as Americans, we just have to live with. I'm not saying it, Charlie's saying it. I think we should get rid of the Second Amendment.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
But Charlie didn't just have interesting views about the Second Amendment. He also had interesting views about young girls. A 14-year-old child, a young girl, went to a TPUSA event to get some advice from Charlie Kirk about future in a media and journalism career. This was Charlie Kirk's response to her.
Let me also speak to some of the young ladies here in high school where your top, who's here where your top priority is get married and have kids? Raise your hand. Okay. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. And no, seriously. And just be clear, that's why you're going to college, right? Don't lie to yourself, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here. And that's okay, actually. And that's a really good reason to go to college, actually. Especially an SEC school. Like, you will find a husband if you have the intent to find a husband at Ole Miss. Like, it's just going to happen, okay? Or wherever. We should bring back the celebration of the MRS degree, which is, no, serious. I mean, if you think of...
Does anybody find it creepy that Charlie Kirk is saying this to a 14-year-old girl? I mean, me personally, I hear a lot of stuff about this term grooming. Supposedly, a lot of grooming is happening at drag reading hour drag story time or something like that. But Charlie Kirk is literally telling a 14-year-old girl to go have sex with men, to submit herself to men, and to have their babies. Is that not grooming to anybody? Does that not seem like an instance in which Charlie Kirk is engaging the act of grooming? Right? He is grooming a young child into thinking in a particular way that may set her up to be, abused or used in the future.
The celebration of the MRS degree, which is, no, serious. I mean, if you think about it, like, I say college is a scam, but if you're going to find your life partner, like, that's actually a really good reason to go to college. You have a bunch of people that are single, they're at the prime of their, let's just say attractiveness. The dating pool is as robust as you'll ever find, and they all live together over a 4-year period. Like, you don't get much better than that, okay? It doesn't get better after college there. And so, yeah, you could go learn some stuff. That's fine, I guess, or whatever. Just don't listen to your professors.
Yeah, you could go to college, I guess, but don't think that you're going there to get smart, okay? You're going there to find a man. A man to have sex with you and then give you a baby and to get married. That's what he's telling to teenage girls. Now, while we're being told by Fox News that Charlie Kirk stood for free speech,
the other side
and
is now...
Excuse me, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. While people like Fox News are telling us that free speech and reasonable debate are what Charlie stood for, people are continuing to be hit for talking about the things that Charlie Kirk did and said.
About the racist Christian nationalist bigot
being killed by a gunman. And it's not just military members, and it's not just healthcare workers and people who have government contracts. It's writers whose job is to exercise their freedom of speech through the free press. Karen Attiah used to be a columnist, an opinion writer for the Washington Post, and she has been summarily dismissed by the Washington Post. The billionaire Jeff Bezos-owned Washington Post, this black woman, the Washington Post no longer has a black opinion writer because they fired theirs. And not for celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. It's decrying gun violence is why she's being fired. It's for providing quotes, direct quotes, accurate quotes of Charlie Kirk. So I'm gonna link to her Substack below, the now unemployed Karen Attiah, this brilliant woman. Go support, if you have an extra few dollars, or if you just want to go subscribe for free, go support this woman's.
I wonder if I can find this without paying for it. Oh, yeah, here it is. The Washington Post fired me, but my voice will not be silenced. I spoke out against hatred and violence in America, and it cost me my job. Written by Karen Attiah, September 15th, 2025. Last week, the Washington Post fired me. The reason? Speaking out against political violence, racial double standards, and America's apathy towards guns.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
11 years ago, I joined the Washington Post opinion department with a simple goal: to use journalism in service of people. I believed in using the pen to remember the forgotten question. Question power, shine light in darkness, and defend democracy. Early in my career, late Washington Post editorial page editor Fred Hyatt told me that opinion journalism is not just about writing the world as it is, but as it should be. He told me we should use our platform to do good. That has been my North Star every day. As the founding Global Opinions editor, I created a space for courageous, diverse voices from around the world, especially those exiled for speaking the truth. I was inspired by their bravery. When my writer, Global Opinions columnist Jamal Khashoggi was brutally murdered by Saudi Arabia regime agents for his words, I fought loudly for justice for years, putting my life and safety on the line to pursue accountability and defend global press freedom. For this work, I was honored with global recognition, prestigious awards, and proximity to the world's most powerful people. As a columnist, I use my voice to defend freedom and democracy, challenge power, and reflect on culture and politics with honesty and conviction. Now I am the one being silenced for doing my job. On Blue Sky, in the aftermath of the horrific shootings in Utah and Colorado, I condemned America's acceptance of political violence and criticized its ritualized responses, the hollow, cliched calls for thoughts and prayers, and this is not who we are, that normalize gun violence and absolve white perpetrators especially, while nothing is done to curb the deaths. I expressed sadness and fear for America. Wish I had hope for gun culture. This is her post. I wish I had hope for gun control, and that I could believe political violence has no place in this country. But we live in a country that accepts white children being massacred by gun violence. Not just accepts, but worships violence. Political violence has no place in this country, but we will also do nothing to curb the availability of the guns used to carry out said violence.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The denial and empty rhetoric has learned helplessness, and because the truth is, America is sick, and there is no cure in sight. Because America, especially white America, is not going to do what it needs to do to get rid of the guns in their country, it will be thoughts and prayers. Violence has no place. Out of a performance of goodness, not out of the resolve to convince their communities to disarm. My most widely shared thread was not even about activist Charlie Kirk, who was horribly murdered, but about the political assassinations of Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband, and her dog. I pointed to the familiar pattern of America shrugging off gun deaths and giving compassion for white men who commit and espouse political violence. This cycle has been documented for years. Nothing I said was new or false or disparaging. It is descriptive and supported by the data.
It's science.
Back to blue sky. For everyone saying political violence has no place in this country, remember, 2 Democratic legislators were shot in Minnesota just this year, and America shrugged and moved on.
Come on!
Part of what keeps... I think I already read this one. I think this was a tweet thread. I did my journalistic duty, reminding people that despite President Trump's partisan rushes to judgment, no suspect or motive had been identified in the killing of Charlie Kirk, exercising restraint even as I condemned hatred and violence. My journalistic and moral values for balance compelled me to condemn violence and murder without engaging in excessive false mourning for a man who routinely attacked black women as a group, put academics in danger by putting them on watch lists, claimed falsely that black people were better off in the era of Jim Crow.
This is ridiculous!
Said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And favorably reviewed a book that called liberals, quote-unquote, unhumans. In a since-deleted post, a user accused me of supporting violence and fascism. I made clear that not performing over-the-top grief for white men who espouse violence was not the same as endorsing violence against them. My only direct reference to Kirk was one post, his own words on the record. Quote, black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot, unquote. Charlie Kirk.
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
My commentary received thoughtful engagement across platforms, support, and virtually no public backlash. And yet, the post accused my measured blue sky posts of being unacceptable, gross misconduct, and of endangering the physical safety of colleagues. Charges without evidence, which I reject completely as false. What did she say in here that was endangering colleagues? Unless upsetting right-wingers is an endangering... Because the fact is, I'll take that. I would take that. I would take that response. I would take that response. If they came out and said, the reason we fired her is because angering any right-wingers, any Republicans over this issue endangers people working at the Washington Post because right-wingers and Republicans are more likely to commit acts of political violence than left-wingers and Democrats. I would have accepted that response. I will continue to, if they come out with that one, I'll accept that response. But there is nothing in here that comes even close to doing such a thing unless you accept that premise that when right-wingers get upset, they commit political violence.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They rushed to fire me without even a conversation, claiming disparagement on race. This was not only a hasty overreach, but a violation of the very standards of journalistic fairness and rigor the Post claims to uphold.
Give me a joke.
Since then, my words on absolution for white male violence have proven prescient. The suspect in Kirk's killing is indeed a young white man, and already lawmakers are urging us to pray for him.
Follow the rich white man.
The media is painting the 22-year-old as a good all-American suburb kid. The cycle I mentioned has once again come to pass. I was the last remaining black full-time opinion columnist at the Post in one of the nation's most diverse regions. Washington, D.C. no longer has a paper that reflects the people it serves. What happened to me is part of a broader purge of black voices from academia, business, government, and media. A historical pattern as dangerous as it is shameful. And tragic. I am proud of my 11 years at the Post. Beyond awards and recognition, the greatest honor has been working with brilliant colleagues and connecting with readers and writers around the world. To all who have supported me, read me, even those who disagreed with me, I say thank you. You've made me a better writer, thinker, and person. But this is not the end of my work. I still believe in the power of the pen. My values have not changed. Freedom from censorship, especially on talking about race, is why I launched the Resistance Studies series, beginning with my independent online course, Race, Media, and International Affairs 101. I created this course after Columbia's School of International and Public Affairs cut funding for my race and media class. This summer, we sold out all 500 spots and funded more than 40 scholarships. For those who wish to support me, please do sign up to join the fall session of Race, Media, and International Affairs 101 and 102. Okay. These are the times we're living in, people. Crazy, weird times. Oh, God. The goal is not going well. We have 18 minutes left to complete the goal. I think we're only at 4 of 5. I mean, yeah, 4 of 10, I mean. Not 4 of 5. We're at 0 of 5 on this goal. 4 of 10. Oh, boy. We have been sputtering out on our goals lately. Last 2 streams. Struggling. Deep into the stream to complete things. Although I haven't checked Cash App. Or PayPal. I suppose I should stay on that. Nope. Okay. Let's go here. Talk about I guess one of the things that Karen Attiah was apparently fired for. Talking about Melissa Hortman, a woman who died from gun violence. Why it would be at all a fireable offense to talk about her, or anyone who died from gun violence in the same week we're talking about gun violence, seems very strange to me, especially coming from a journalistic organization whose job it is literally to be on the pulse of the news, talking about relevant information, newsworthy things, and one would assume this is the perfect day, perfect week, perfect time to talk about gun violence. And yet for Karen,
Right to jail, right away.
Let's go back in time 3 months ago. This is the best time, I think, to talk about this. And I honestly, before Charlie Kirk had died, I had been wanting to talk more about this because I felt that it had been ignored, or at least swept under the rug, and that the Trump administration had failed to deal with this in any healthy, real way. But I figured we would talk about Melissa Hortman and the other people who were shot by Vance Belter in Minnesota.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. And we are following breaking news in Minnesota, where the manhunt is now underway for the person who shot and killed a lawmaker and her husband. A second lawmaker and his wife were also shot. The 2 separate shootings are said to be targeted political violence. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says that former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot multiple times. They are out of surgery but in serious condition. The two shooting locations were about 8 miles away from each other in Champlin and Brooklyn Park, that's just north of Minneapolis. Authorities say that the gunman attacked by knocking on the doors and asking the victims to come outside. The officers found a person who was dressed as a police officer at the door of Hortman's home. The suspect fired at the officers. Gunfire was exchanged and the suspect was able to escape. A list of other possible targets.
It's honestly infuriating going back in time and looking at this. The complete lack of concern that was shown for this by the president, by Charlie Kirk, by basically the entire right-wing media apparatus.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. Moving on the map now to Minnesota, where we are for the first time hearing from the children of Democratic lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. In a statement, Sophie and Colin Hortman say they are devastated and heartbroken about what happened to their parents and that their love was boundless. They also want to remind everybody who reads their statement, love your neighbors, treat everyone with kindness and respect. Well, 57-year-old Vance Belter is accused of doing just the opposite of that value of love and respect for your neighbor in the murders and the shootings that night. Belter caught by police near his home following an exhaustive 36-hour manhunt. Investigators revealed yesterday Belter actually visited the homes of 2 other politicians the night of the shootings, but say one of the intended targets was on vacation. Police arrived at the other house before the suspect could carry out the attack there. Here's what prosecutors in Minnesota had to say about the chilling moves by their suspect the night of the violence.
It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. It's pretty clear from the evidence that he's been planning these attacks for quite some time. There's voluminous writings, as you've seen in the reporting, that were found both in his car and his house about his planning, lists of names and individuals. In terms of the why, it's unclear.
So we carried out that news conference yesterday, 24 hours ago, live here on CBS News 24/7. And in that time, CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen has had a chance to get those charging documents to really dig into what the revelations are there. Jake, I'm still stunned by line of everything that I've read. You?
It was certainly one of the more powerful affidavits that we've read, simply in terms of actually living through the nightmare stuff that the U.S. Attorney General, or the U.S. Attorney in Minnesota was talking about yesterday at that press conference.
Yep, nightmare stuff. A right-wing psycho wearing a mask, the bag full of guns in his car, going around with the list of Democrats that he wanted to kill. And the police struggling to apprehend him. Now, this was an interview which posted a few months ago, very shortly after, in the wake of this murder spree that Vance Belter went on. I think that his home was raided by the police, but Vance lived with his friend. His friend was at the home after it got raided and spoke to reporters. This guy, wearing the XXL Papa John's shirt.
Sheets of body armor or bullets or any of that?
No. He was always kind of into the military stuff. But it was just we were always like that. Me and him, we used to play army men.
How long had you guys known each other?
Since 4th grade, it's been 45 years, 50 years. God, it's been longer than that? Yeah, it must have been longer than that. Since I was 12, probably. 4th grade.
How old were you in 4th grade?
Forever we've been.
Yeah.
How many years did this guy get held back? You were 12 years old in 4th grade? Really?
And then
Did you link him up with this house to live with you? Were you excited about that 2 years ago?
Well, he's been living up here for a while.
Oh.
He was living in Bloomington. He was a manager of a food place.
Yeah.
And then he quit the job and he went down to Africa, got things going down there, said he wanted to start his own companies.
So the security company, was that fully formed, or was that just
No,
an idea
that
still?
was just some fantasy. It was you talk about it, but there was no movement on that part. And yeah, he always had a fascination with military equipment. So do I, but I'm 100 miles away from killing people.
Apparently in his manifesto there was some stuff about Planned Parenthood.
He had a manifesto?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Was there any beliefs about abortion? Or?
Yeah, he wasn't strong. But he hasn't talked about abortion for years. I mean, this goes back, through the 90s, he really hated abortion. But we hardly ever talked, I haven't talked really about abortion for him for years. I mean, and nothing that it was at length, that was at length.
And it was still kind of unclear, like, how did people know you had financial troubles? Like, you just heard that from him?
Well, he was trying to find it. He would always want to work, like 7 days a week, work. He was trying to get money to start his businesses and all that, so.
Yeah.
But, but he didn't like, I don't like abortion, but I don't go to this extreme.
These two guys lived together. They both loved army stuff, as he put it. They both hated abortion, or at least at one time, really hated abortion, talked a lot about it, at least at one point, it sounds like, but had moved on to bigger issues. But yeah, a guy had an unhinged fucking manifesto and was absolutely a right-wing nut job. This guy had more things to say. Said that Vance Belter liked Donald Trump, listened to Alex Jones quite a lot, all of these things, hates abortion, loves war, loves Trump, and Alex Jones sounds like a right-winger.
Our top story as we begin the week, that man accused of shooting 2 Minnesota state lawmakers and their significant others is under arrest. He's due in court this afternoon. This picture shows the moment Vance Belter's arrest. In a post on Facebook, the local sheriff's office called him the face of evil. And a newly unsealed arrest warrant revealed police found at least 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, plus a list of names and addresses of other public officials in the suspect's vehicle. Now, Belter's roommate is telling CBS News the suspect is a Christian who went to church every Sunday. That roommate also said Belter listens to the conspiracy theory platform InfoWars and, quote, he liked Trump. And while the investigation is ongoing, friends, loved ones, and constituents are all mourning the loss of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark.
Yeah, and yet no federal charges for Vance Belter, no terrorism charges for Vance Belter, no seeking of the death penalty from the Trump administration or Trump's AG, Bam Bondi, and the DOJ. It's all very strange.
When Republicans say he's not one of ours, he's a dem, they're just doing the canard that Sart speaks of here. They're having fun. Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah, for sure. There's still MAGA insisting Vance Belter was a Democrat when the people who knew him most have confirmed he was a Trump superfan. Listen to his roommate reading a text from him. This is the same roommate who confirmed he was a Trump supporter.
I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way, because you guys don't know anything about this. But I love you guys, and I'm sorry for all the trouble this has caused.
Also, you know he's a right-winger because Fox News is barely covering this. Like, I don't know, maybe they are, but I haven't seen much coverage from Fox News on like, if he was actually a radical leftist, oh my God, the amount of coverage that'd be coming from Fox News
Equal
would be
parts.
crazy. They'd be
Oh
like,
my gosh.
They done did it again. They done did it again. They're always up to no good, these dang leftists.
He was a loving, caring guy, loved his family, loved his friends, and loved God, and I don't know why he did what he did. It's not Vance. No one will believe this. No one that grew up. He had lots of friends, trust me. I wish I could have been there to stop him.
Sure, he's a right-wing evangelical preacher who supported Trump and was a registered Republican in OK. And sure, he's then former Speaker of the Minnesota House and has a hit list of all the top state Dems and abortion providers, but something about Marxists. Not releasing the manifesto of the media has provided a vacuum that even senators are using to relentlessly vomit out obvious, intentional, brain-rotten misinformation to try to keep their flock in line. I don't know what to say. It's like the dude Democrats wanted to even more Democrats, and he made it very clear his background is that he's a Republican. He's voted for Trump. He loves Donald Trump. He's an evangelical pastor. Like, what more could someone say and do? What more could someone say and do for Republicans to be like, yeah, I think he's one of our guys? My MAGA friend texted me last night. The left is going crazy in their own politicians. There have been a lot of straws, but this one is actually the last straw. It's too dumb. Just spoke with, here's Lilia Luciano, national correspondent, spoke with Vance Belter's roommate, David, who told us he was very conservative and would be offended if people thought he was a Democrat, as some had assumed, that he was a fan of InfoWars, that he voted for and was very happy President Trump won the election. He added that Belter had been struggling finding work since returning from DRC several months ago, that he didn't like abortion but had not discussed the issue much lately. He said he was a born-again Christian and had changed significantly since that. At some point, he was preaching from a tent in a park.
Oh, that sounds like a left-winger. That sounds like a left-winger. Preaching the gospel from a park. All those insane left-wingers out there preaching the gospel in the middle of a park in a tent. Yeah, all those Marxists, all those Marxist cultural humanists, all the secular humanists out there preaching the good word. So yeah, Vance Belter, shockingly, did not get the same charges that are being claimed by the Trump administration are going to be coming for Tyler Robinson. Now, Donald Trump earlier this week was asked about his decision not to lower flags for Melissa Hortman and the other people who were shot by Vance Belter earlier this year.
President Trump defending not lowering flags to half staff when Melissa Hortman,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Was assassinated by someone posing as a police officer in the middle of the night at her home. She opened the door. She was assassinated. He also then said he didn't know who she was.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat.
I am not familiar. Who? What? I don't know. You just very clearly described who she is, but who? What? The Minnesota who's a what's it now? The how? I'm not familiar with the government. I don't know government stuff.
When Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well.
I'm not familiar.
The Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me.
If somebody asked me,
Said he wouldn't have thought.
I mean, I didn't care. But if somebody else cared, it was like, hey, lower the flags. I would have done it. I'm sure I would have done it. Right. Now, who asked Donald Trump to lower the flags? Exactly. Which governor asked Donald Trump to lower the flags? And does that mean that the states have the right, businesses and whomever else have the right not to lower the flag? It's interesting. Because it was totally optional back when Melissa Hortman died. Required a governor to ask for it. I don't know of any governor asking for the lowering of the flags. Certainly not before Donald Trump rushed to call for the lowering of the flags. It was in less than 24 hours Donald Trump was saying, we're lowering the flags. But that's who's in charge of the country right now.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yep, and that demented, unintelligent person is not going to help sow the divide. He's just going to make it worse. He's going to exacerbate it by behaving in this way. By insisting on politicizing the death of Charlie Kirk and using it as a Reichstag fire moment to go after his political enemies. And it's going to create more situations like this, not less. I'm not saying I want that to happen. I'm merely saying that it is almost a guarantee that it will happen. Because he's, you know, like he's turning up the heat, right? Like that's literally what like he's been doing, right? He's been turning up the heat on this shit to 11. But they completely ignored Melissa Hortman's death. They're willing to light the country on fire over Charlie Kirk, but just sort of moved on when it came to Melissa Hortman. Well, shit. We're 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 46 seconds into the stream. We've had an extension of the goal, essentially by 2 hours. You know, usually it's 4 hours is the free half. And then after that, we need to have completed the goal. But right now, we haven't completed the goal. Puts us in a terrible situation. But just out of sheer optimism and hope, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to pretend like we're going to the fourth half right now. In hopes that somehow we get some donations during that time. Otherwise, we may be in danger of not getting all of the content today. We got a lot of stuff to apprise ourselves of. It's only Wednesday. A lot to catch up here. Yeah, it's only the middle of the week. Okay, quick galactic intermission. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Also, hit that bell icon too so that you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Or for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Contribute to the Galactic Stream, keep us alive, and keep the stream a-going. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And we'll be right back. but fortunately, you only received one super chat during that break. I would like to say thank you to Joe47771. Keep it up. Air. Is that a... Did you just create... Well played, Joe4771. Keep it up. Air emoji. For those of you in the know, that is a super sticker, which Joe has deconstructed into a super chat for us. That's innovation right there, people. That's what that is. That's donation innovation. Truly incredible, living on the edge. The edge of greatness.
It's science.
Well, I would like to keep it up. I really would. We got a lot to cover today. I am moving kind of slow. But boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to cover today. I guess we can take it back up tomorrow. I mean, that's fine. You know, all of these things have happened. Some of them may be less relevant tomorrow. I'll have to amend my list a little bit, but we'll have even more to discuss on Thursday's stream. Because I am, of course, planning on doing a Thursday, a Friday, and a Saturday, as well as a Sunday Funday stream. So I guess we'll do that. And I'll end this sad hump day stream. Well, we got through another stream. It was difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That is going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, and Carl Gaslight Docracy. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 a month on Patreon, where a myriad of space benefits awaits you. Do people think that we're not having the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream? That is a galactic crime that I will not be participating in. So long as we get enough ones in chat, we'll be starting that immediately, if not sooner. Okay, that's fine. Can't find that, we'll play this one.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is...
Sorry, everybody just turning up, expecting the show, but unfortunately we did not complete our goal. But thankfully, we still have at least the Galactic after stream.
Against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank, and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding